to update this shit on the fly because it's not popping up with my shit to be able to do this. So let's load this up, and then we'll load up the Twitch dashboard. We're streaming live, by the way.
Are we?
So, John, you can't be saying those things you were saying.
Oh, yeah? I mean, I was just saying, fuck DoorDash. Sorry, you're losing that sponsor, Cliff, because fuck them.
I'm not sponsored by DoorDash. But I do love DoorDash.
Not anymore. Fuck them.
So just remember that it's John saying that. So if you're delivering any food to John...
I'm speaking for everybody, especially Clifford.
You ain't speaking for me. I just used DoorDash today. I had a good time.
He speaks for me. DoorDash can fuck off.
They canceled my shit. I had to call them, get escalated twice for some reason, for them to reorder my stuff, and then it got canceled again. I'm like, all right, yep, never again.
Why is it biting me?
I don't have any of those issues. I've had nothing but good times with him, so.
Is it gonna actually let things happen? Okay, it's actually letting me roll things now. That's nice.
That's always
It wasn't
nice.
showing up on my screen that it was like actually doing things, and I was like, why?
All right, I think we're almost good to go here after a few hiccups.
Because we're not allowed to do anything but have hiccups at this point for some reason.
That's working.
Yep. Got the YMCA unicorn. It's working.
The YMCA unicorn, that's so funny.
Yeah, that's what else would you call it? It goes
the drag
through all
queen
the
unicorn?
Oh yeah, I mean it goes through all the outfits of the village people, so I call it the YMCA unicorn.
The village unicorn.
And it does the music to it is the YMCA song.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like do 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 do.
Okay, then it is the YMCA corn. You're good.
Sid, you gotta change your artwork.
From where?
If you scroll down on the Twitch page, you have our little kawaii faces, and we still got Crow there.
That's me. That's not him.
That's true. I should assume that Sin has had this drawn like 8 months ago.
I mean, all the shit's already laid out. Like the layout's already done with it, right? So.
The Las Vegas merch still has the heads of
Felix
X and Felix there.
Well, why would the merch change? They're still
We don't
there.
have stickies of the others.
Not yet. We're only on episode 13, guys. 13.
That's a dozen. That's 3 months.
Tal looks like he's wearing a brimmed hat underneath a hoodie.
Maybe he is.
Just looking bored.
Listen, we gotta cover all the different emotions. Like, you know, Felix is pissed. And, you know, X has that, oh yeah? Is that what you think? Face?
Thought you were referring specifically to Tal's different emotions, and I'm like, oh, all like 2 of them at this point.
Yeah, but say both of Tal's are like straight faced. Like baby Tal is just like doop. And grumpy Tal just looks. The only thing that changed was the angle of the eyebrows in his outfit. Got a beard, stuff like that.
We need to introduce Tal to Uwu Gamer Girls and tell him he needs to mimic that.
Uwu.
He would just blow them up. Problem solved.
I don't think he would. All right, we're live. One issue that I'm going to be working with today is that the second instance of Fantasy Grounds is not working for the chat view. So I have my screen showing up there. So stuff that y'all ain't supposed to see may be showing on there.
Just gotta zoom in the right amount, you know.
If you look at the stream, for some reason we can't see Sin.
Yeah, you just cut him out.
Oh no, Sin's every time Sin signs in, for whatever reason, I have to re-update the window for it.
Sin, stop it.
Wait, if I do this, what happens?
Bye-bye.
Oh, nice. I like it. Okay. Cool. I should do that instead of like turning off. Instead of covering my camera, I should just turn off my camera because then it gives the
Cutesy face.
it gives the cutesy face behind it.
See,
like
I got all these things set up. There we go. Now Sin should be visible. Sin's not
Wait,
visible.
can
There
I-
he is. Hey.
Can I
Hey.
pat Gio on the head?
You can.
I can pat Gio on the head.
You can. Be gentle. He's tiny. All right. So, hi everybody. After a little bit of a delay, this is episode 13. Some technical issues with upgrading from Windows 10 to 11 and forgetting to save the backup file or the roaming file of Mix It Up, and here we are. We're live. Who wants to do recap?
Sure.
Perfect.
Chapter 1.
It was the best of days. It was the worst of days.
'Twas the best of days, 'twas the worst of days. Tal and Gio had blood thrown on them by the Invisible Band. Who we later end up learning is Wilson, the peacekeeper fellow that we left behind during the Essence Storm. Tal, we find this up because Tal puppets him and interrogates him while telling him to cover himself in mud. It turns out that he seems to have the plague that has infected the city of Cyril, which he claims that someone gave this to him. No idea who someone is or if that was a true gift. So we find out that this infection that he has passed to Tal and Gio through the blood will consume their power. Tal tries to heal himself to get rid of this problem, but ends up coughing up blood, and it feels as if his insides are burning from attempting to cast. This causes a lovely backlash, including our dearest mount, the zombie Ava Bear, falling still down to the ground. Dead. Can't say she died because she's already dead. Unanimates? I don't know. Through Mind Link, Tal tells Kae to finish him, and she releases an arrow. Unfortunately, the dynamic backlash also caused the puppet to fail, so he's able to dodge out of the way of Kae's arrow and swing with his knife before turning to take aim at Gio and open fire. Gio bonks him on the noggin and tries to hit him in the head again, misses, aims for chest. It's going great. And then Tal grapples him as he goes to run away and teleports Wilson straight up, all the way up, But Wilson's got some tricks up his sleeve because he teleports himself back down at Tal and tries to attack, but he misses. Unfortunately, this goes unnoticed by Kae and Gio as Wilson's still an invisible being. Tal is now really pissed since he's noticed that Ava's down, and this guy has gotten himself back to the ground, so he sends 3 bolts straight into this guy, which is very much so overkill. After a brief conversation, he heals Kae and goes to sulk over by Ava. Kae goes to attempt to comfort him and talk to him, but he tells Kae to stay away and gives her the blast staff that he had picked up back in New Eden, saying that he wanted to teach her how to use this, but it seems like it must be too late now. He doesn't know what this disease is or how it spreads, and with no lab, no way to research it, and no true distance, he wants to go their separate ways. Kae wants to get more information and goes to talk to Paul from a distance. And she explains everything that happened. He's very shocked upon being given the info and takes a few steps back and seems to be afraid of Kae, even though she wasn't hit directly by the blood, it only got in her hair. He tells her that she should be burning that portion of hair off, and that this disease seems to spread through blood and essence, and says that Gio and Tal have been given a death sentence. It's worse for those who are essence sensitive or powerful with the essence, and only one aberrant is known to have survived. After going to go talk with his family again, Paul ends up leaving us as Kae walks back over to Tal and they have a bit of a heart-to-heart as Tal's insisting on them splitting up, and the whole no answers thing means he doesn't want to stick together because he won't let this guy take away Kae and let her get hurt by this. Kae's very emotional as she eventually ends up leaving because Tal threatened to shoot himself with a blast staff if she didn't move away from him. So Kae walks over to Gio, asks to borrow a knife, and cuts off the blood-soaked hair and explained Tal's thoughts and what's going on, and kind of vents and gets emotional as she is changing her shirt, just getting all of this blood off of her. Gio's sympathetic and wishes he could hug her, but keeps his distance because he doesn't want to get her potentially sick, considering he was hit with the blood too. They decide to make camp just in the woodlines that's close enough to Tal and the fallen Ava, and don't chase after Paul and family. Gio goes to talk to Tal and let him know, hey, so we're making camp. Kae said that we're not going to go with Paul and his family, so we're not going to get them sick. And so we're going to be, somewhat sticking with you. And he kind of ends up saying a lot of rude shit because, Gio likes to put his feet in his mouth. I don't know. But, basically just insists that they're staying around. And Tals chooses to stay in the field with Ava. And Kae lets him know that he's definitely welcome at the camp, even though he's insistent that they're going to be splitting ways. Once Tal has rested enough, he raises Ava and begins to talk to her while Kae and Gio finish setting up camp. Once camp set up, Gio catches a rabbit and starts cooking while Kae decides that she's going to stick to her rations so not to potentially get sick since he touched the rabbit, and decides to take first watch. Gio has a very restless sleep and then takes over watch 4 hours later, and he is sweating and tired and not doing his best. Shortly after Kay ends up curling up and getting ready for bed, Gio notices that Joe.
Hey,
It's
hey, there
Joe
we go.
now.
It's Gio and Crow slammed together. Now we know.
Yep.
Joe.
Just Joe.
No, if it hadn't been for Cottonhead
Joe
Joe.
Mama.
Gio notices that they're being watched, but as he's noticing that they're being watched, he also notices Tal has packed up and mounted Ava, beginning to leave. Kay hasn't yet fallen asleep, but Gio's like, Kay, there's somebody watching us. Oh god, that was loud. They know we know they're there, yo, but Tal's leaving and Tal, there's someone in the grass! In his very Gio-esque ways.
Why you always got to give Gio 2 things to concentrate on once? You know he can't do 2 things at once.
You know, it's just really fun to mess with the dumb guy. Everyone knows that. He's the dumbest smart man we know.
He got them book smarts, and that's about it.
Yeah.
If there was a wisdom stat, that would be his dumb stat in this game.
So, having heard all of this, Kay exits her little teepee that she had built for herself, knocks back an arrow, and starts moving towards where Gio had motioned to investigate. Where she finds someone who is claiming they don't want any trouble, they just want food. Where she quickly recognizes this is Willow. After a brief moment, Willow notices that, hey, wait a minute. This is Kay. Willow's asking for food. Kay's like, yeah, sure, follow me. Shortly after being like, wait a minute, if you're Kay, that means the guy riding off is Tal, and she just like fucking takes off with like not much of another word, calling after Tal and trying to get him to stop. She eventually does, and he's asking her like, why are you here? She says she left the settlement because there wasn't really anything left for her there, and that she's headed to Cali to find X's brother to train him just as X trained her. Tal says he definitely can't help considering he's sick and dying, and Willow's like, oh, so how much time you got left? We end up discussing the illness, and Willow seems to take it all in, but immediately changes the subject straight back to food, so we head back to camp to feed her. She's saying that she wants X's stuff to give to his brother, and then lets us know that the little blue flame wisp that is following her is actually X's consciousness. She attempted to revive him using the energy she had absorbed post Rushkoff explosion. And it unfortunately didn't work perfectly, but now she is connected to him, and it's like having a constant active mind link. For those of you who have been around with us, think Bone X consciousness. Just never gets a break. The poor thing. Tal willingly hands over the sword and is stating that it's more Willow's than it was his to begin with, but is certainly curious about little Flame X. And Kay is very eager to find out, like, what about Felix? Did you revive him? Unfortunately, it was not something that was attempted because there wasn't enough power or other essence thieves that were able to try it for him. And Tal's very curious about it all, so he returns close-ish to camp. Willow lets us know that there's been something or someone following her since she left the settlement. She thinks it might be a drone. She hasn't quite seen it, but she feels it. She says it's followed her all the way from Vegas, and when asked how old she is, she says she's, 17, 18, depending on how you think of it. Gio's just so confused about so much of this as she's explaining that, I find that I am able to get by on eating less food if I turn into a fox before eating it because, it makes me feel full faster. There's just so many questions in poor Gio's eyes, be it fish goblins or her being a fox or people coming back to life and what's an essence thief. We end up talking a while about fish goblins and how Felix had died the first time and come back with eggs, and it's not a good time, and fish goblins are gross. Let's just avoid those guys. She wants to get her, get X's laptop fixed and asks Gio if he knows anything about technology, and he stutters and bumbles over, well, I didn't think I could, but we brought back the power, and Willow decides that she doesn't want to run on luck for potentially fixing or breaking this laptop. She lets us know that the other town over, Cyril, does health screenings before you can enter. So potentially she and Kae could get in, but more than likely not Tal or Gio. We let her know about First Light in Whedon, how you really shouldn't go there because human genocide's kind of a thing that's happening. And she's like, great, why does everywhere suck? Kae turns to the blue flame wisp that is X and attempts to thank him for his sacrifice and her part in saving him. But Willow lets her know that X says not to thank him, but to make the sacrifice worth it. Kae assures him that she's doing her best, but then decides to go to bed. Tal tries to talk with the wisp and asks X what he wants him to do, considering he's fulfilled Felix's last wish. He wants to do the same for X, but X doesn't really reply. He just lowers himself to the ground and becomes a little blue campfire. And Willow says that he's not replying, so Tal decides he's gonna hang out until X does. But then, since he and Gio are already sick, and it's not really an issue if they share sleeping quarters and stuff, Tal goes in Gio's tent, leaving Gio and Willow alone to talk. Willow asks who he is and is endlessly fascinated by the fact that Gio's a chronomancer and begins taking notes. Asks about his, seeing Gio's arms and doesn't understand why Gio isn't damaged considering both X and Davies were damaged in the process of fucking with time. She says, she asks what Gio's goals are, which kind of confuses Gio, as his real goals are basically just to survive and maybe someday find a community that's safe and doesn't have all this bullshit going on. Willow says where Gio seems trustworthy, his powers and his confidence do concern her. And Willow tries to ask more about the illness, but unfortunately we don't really have more information to tell. But Gio claims, hey, if I die from this, dump my body near First Lights to try to get it to spread to the aberrant there. As, revenge on the humans. If
only if they actually do the genocide.
I was finishing that sentence, yes. If the genocide, of course, did do the thing. Willow's like, sure. And, Gio decides he's gonna try to climb on top of Ava and keep watch from up there. Ava isn't pleased exactly, but she doesn't attack him and more just grumbles about the whole thing going on. And, Willow starts to get some rest by listening to music. A little bit later, a human from New Eden shows up in a bit of a panic, asking for help, food, clothing, something, saying he's gonna pay them in Till. And Gio's like, Till's kind of useless now that, like, First Light New Eden human genocide thing. And because Gio doesn't really act fast enough for helping them, they kind of panic, freak out, and start to attack him. But because they start to attack him, Ava jumps into defensive mode and kills and eats this dude and promptly vomits him back up. Considering there was all this death and bear noises, Kae and Tal like pop their heads out of their sleeping places. Note that it's not Willow that was killed, and that Gio seems to be fine. They both just go back to sleep because fuck it. Leaving Willow and Gio alone to talk again, as Gio continues to put his foot in his mouth because his inability to talk is endless. And Willow's starting to get frustrated. He's like, I really understand the whole wanting to punch you in the face thing you said is pretty normal for people. Eventually, through all of this, I guess, bickering and banter of Gio trying to backpedal or reword things, Kae just exits her little teepee, realizing she's probably not going to get any sleep with her blanket over her, or just watching all of this nonsense go down between them. Eventually, Willow offers Kae a headphone to listen to music. Apparently, she's been using her electric essence to charge her electronics all this time. She lets us. She says that she doubts that Tal will die from this, as he's survived everything he's claimed isn't normal before, like, a werewolf attack, or solo fighting a dragon, or this, that, the other thing. And there's more moments of Gio just like, hold on, what? This is real, that is real. We find out apparently Gio's managed to hop, skip, and jump from Vegas to here without seeing too many crazy essence shits. Lucky him. Eventually, Willow takes out a guitar and is strumming along to the music they're listening to, and Kae ends up falling asleep listening to the music beside her. Seeing that Kae has fallen back asleep, Gio goes back to taking watch, and they rest. Just for 2 hours. But when they wake up, Tal is feeling much worse and is extremely fatigued. After everyone chatting and trying to figure out what the hell to do, we decide we're going to head to Cyril and figure out what we can learn of this disease, and maybe even find Crow there. And so, the party packs up camp and starts heading to Cyril.
And that's where we start off tonight. So, thank you. No smooth transition, no nothing. You guys pack up, head there. It's about a half day or so journey.
We'll see.
It's a half day journey to Cyril. As you guys start getting close, Willow probably would have the ability to let you guys know, like, hey, it's not too far from here, since I know that there's some strategy that you guys want to imply and not just walk up in. So that's where we'll start off tonight. Just outside of Cyril.
Alright, so since the outpost where they start to do the screenings before you can enter is somewhat near here, we should probably split up so they don't know that Gio and Tal were with us, and Gio and Tal don't even bother trying to get in. Willow,
Yeah.
do you want to come in?
her, I guess.
It's always good to have, some form of backup in case something goes wrong, so I appreciate it. Let's see what we can do to hopefully find out about that one aberrant that didn't die after getting this, and what they know about getting over it. Heck, maybe they've even just found some sort of medicine or herb that'll help.
Willow starts walking towards the city.
And Kay joins.
All right. So as you all begin to approach, well, actually, before we do that, I guess. So Gio, Tal, you're staying back. Anything specific you guys are doing?
I mean, we're probably staying somewhere that's hidden, like in the woods nearby or something. Just so random patrols from the town don't see us and try to fuck with us.
And
Or at least that's what Gio's idea would be.
for no reason in particular, about how far back did you guys stay with your giant zombie bear?
Probably about where Kay stopped us to talk, because I would assume wherever we split up is where.
Well, right.
we're
I'm saying
staying.
about what distance from this settlement do you guys think that you guys made it to?
I suppose that would be wherever Willow let them know they were getting close, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably would have ducked into the woods where Willow gave us the warning.
How close would we have been?
So before we're even in sight of the village, I assume, since we would have seen it.
What do you think,
instead of
like a
Willow
quarter
warning
mile?
us.
If a quarter mile is outside visual range, or any like bend or turn in the path that we're taking.
Okay.
So I would. Let's see. Willow, does X, is he tethered to you, or like do you have to be near him, or how does that work?
No, he takes off sometimes.
So, but he's always mind linked to you. So, like, if he stayed back, could he warn us if you're in trouble? Like Bob once for yes, Bob, like set up if he moves in this motion, it means we should go break into the town and save your butts.
It doesn't really work like that.
Okay.
How does it work?
It's like talking to him the way we're talking now. Just when I'm close to him, I can mind link him.
Shorter range. Understood. I was wondering if I could speak with him while you're doing that.
And she looks at the wisps and, you mind chilling back here, I guess? And it like lowers to the ground again.
I'll watch out for him.
I don't think anything has really messed with him up to this point.
Yeah, never know in this world.
Yeah.
Oh. We'll be here when you get back.
Depending on how long that takes.
Hopefully not too long.
Finding one person in a city?
I assumed we could, ask around. Usually,
I mean,
someone's got to know them.
especially if they're the only aberrant in the city. I feel like that'd stand out. City full of humans and a single aberrant.
Hmm.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Don't die until I get back.
No promises.
All right, so you guys continue down this path, and essentially you're walking through that big central area, like I said before, where it's like that open field where there's the power lines, and then it gets to an area where the power lines start to jut off to the south, and you see that there's like this path that kind of carves off to the side through the woods a little bit. That's probably around the spot where you guys broke off. And then you continue down like this winding path that looks like it used to be like a bike trail or something in a previous world. And as you get to the opening of the woods, you see this area that's basically like you see like these homes that look like actually, Kae, go ahead and give me a notice roll. Willow, sure. Willow, give me a notice. Willow, give me a common knowledge roll. So you see these fences that were put up that are like privacy fences, and you can see that they're reinforced by 2x4s, and you see the homes on the other side of them. They look like rental cabins, like the way that they're sort of staged and positioned. All of them are identical, and then off in the back you could see a larger set of buildings further out, but the immediate ones they look like just rental cabins. And as you approach the fence, you're greeted by 2 armed guards, and they stop you, and they like, as you're approaching about 10 feet away or so, they're like, wait. Let me do a... Okay. They're like, where are you two coming from?
We're coming from New Eden.
They look at each other. You two okay?
We're not sick.
And we fortunately left before all the crazy shit went down.
Kae, go ahead and roll on the reactions table here. I was going to give you a negative because of Willow's response, but I'll give you a flat roll. I'll offset the negative by the positive from your attractiveness. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, we received word that some bad stuff was going down over there. So, you two, Kurish?
Yes.
Yep.
Alright. Well, using the essence is not permitted in Cyril. We try to keep this as old world as we can. we've had a lot of issues here. And based on your friend here's remark, you already know of some of the things that's happened in this city.
Yeah.
So as such, to get in here, there is a health screening. Once you are deemed with a clean bill of health, you will get a card. So you only have to do this once. But if you two are okay with it, we can take you inside the first building here. We have on-site doctors. They'll give you a quick look over, and assuming everything's all right, then you're free to Cyril.
Sounds good to me. Kae just starts walking where they gestured.
One of the guards stays on the outside, and one walks in and starts leading the way.
Willow walks behind Kae, making sure that she goes in first.
And they walk you in, and they walk up to the first building, and he pounds twice on the door. And the door opens up, and this little tiny old lady answers the door. And she's got these large circular glasses on that are just barely resting on the tip of her nose. And she looks at the both of you and she smiles. And then she says, "Oh, we have new guests. Come inside here. Let me take a look at you."
Kae, smiling, nods and follows this adorable little old lady.
Willow just stays quiet, hands in pocket, follows.
Okay. She's like, "My name is Dr. Rossenberg. I'm the resident on-site physician here. I lead a team of 15 others. Today just happens to be my lucky day to be on this shift. In case you don't know, we had a bit of an incident in the city. And there was a sickness that broke out that claimed a lot of lives. And as such, we take some precautions now to make sure that you're not infected. It's a 2-part test, but I am going to have to poke your finger and get some blood."
Just curious, how is it that you're able to tell from just the tiny bit of blood from the poked finger that one of us would be sick?
She chuckles a little bit. She says, "Well, the way the body reacts to it is not dissimilar to how humans react to being sick in general. So we can measure white blood cells, we can measure certain antibody counts. That's the first step of it. The second step is a little less familiar to what I do, but we also have a way of checking certain essence levels, and there's a certain property of it that starts to degrade when this virus takes hold. And we were lucky enough to have some good medical professionals on file that actually knew what they were doing in regards to locating viruses. It's just, unfortunately, they were unable to we can discuss all this in a few here with it, but just know that we have the best of both worlds of medicine working with you here." And she smiles. And she walks over and she grabs this little like pneumatic needle gun, and she has some glass slides, and she's like, "Who's gonna be first?"
Kae just offers out her hand without any fuss.
She's like, are you left or right-handed?
Right-handed.
She like reaches for your left hand. And then she just grabs your thumb and she just presses down on it. And she takes the glass slide and she puts it on. And then she walks over and she places it on this microscope. And then she just walks back and she reaches out towards Willow. And she says the same thing to you. Left or right hand?
Right.
So she reaches for your left.
Willow's gonna take her hand behind her, slice the tip of it on her stowed tanto, then reach out with it.
Give me a roll on the reaction table.
Tables.
I made you out of clay. She chuckles a little bit and she says, well, we usually do this with sterile equipment to make sure that you're not cross-contaminating anything. So unfortunately, I'm going to need to see a different finger to do this on. But I'll get you a Band-Aid for that. And then she reaches out for your hand again.
She just hold the next finger over.
And she takes it, presses down on it, you feel a little poke. Takes the slide, puts it on there, and then she walks over. She's like, this will just take a few seconds. She looks it over, and then she comes back and she hands you a Band-Aid. And she's like, and then the next one, all I need you to do is follow me over here. And she pulls back this curtain, and you see there's like this cylindrical apparatus in there. Almost looks like a portable shower. And she says, one at a time, just have one of you step in there. I'm going to hit the button. You're going to see that it spins around you one time. And that will check for the essence degradation.
Kay kind of just like narrows her eyes at it and reluctantly steps in.
Is there like a trash can or something around here?
Yeah, right over there by the door.
Willow's gonna, the finger that was pricked, like suck on it to get some of the blood into her mouth and spit it out into the trash can.
Paranoid, eh? Never too careful.
And as you step inside of it, she walks over to a nearby keyboard and she does a few keystrokes, and then you hear a little whirling sound, and you see that there's a metal bar on one side and one exactly opposite of it on the cylinder, and it spins. You see it shift a little bit, and it spins around you one time, and then it shifts back. And she's like, just 1 second, and we're good.
Kay chuckles and steps out. Sort of reminds me of having a head x-ray.
Said, yeah, we had to retrofit some of our old technology to work with the tools there, because otherwise we'd have to have someone standing here constantly casting something.
I can see why that'd be a problem.
She's like, all right, little one, your turn.
She just steps in.
And she walks back over to the keyboard and she finger pokes a few keys on there, and the same thing happens. And then she's like, okay. For the purposes of this, you both have a clean bill of health. And she walks over and she grabs a piece of paper, and she's like, looks over at Kae, and she's like, and dear, what's your name?
Caitlin.
Katelyn?
Yes.
And then she signs the bottom of it, and she tears it off, and she hands it to you. And she's like, and what about you, little one?
Willow.
Willow.
Mm-hmm.
She signs it, and she tears it off. She's like, you both are good to go. That gentleman will still be waiting outside for you. Hand him this, and we'll get you all set up here with your passes. As far as it goes with these health screenings, if you do leave Cyril for any extended period of time, you will have to undergo this again when you come back. If you're out for just an afternoon, typically it's not that big of a deal, but obviously if anything happens, if you come in contact with someone who may be potentially infected, let us know these things, because it spread really quickly and we lost a lot of good people, both aberrant, chaste, and currish in this endeavor. And I know it's an inconvenience to have to do this, but it is a necessary precaution. So I hope you understand.
Of course, but I do have a question, doctor.
She chuckles. She's like, yeah.
Is there any, like, symptom management or cure for this sort of thing? You know, if we were out and about somewhere and we came across somebody, just how would we be able to help them?
The best thing you could do is avoid them. There's no cure that we were able to find. We were able to find the ability to detect it. But as far as pain management, think of it as the equivalent of rabies. It's just a downward spiral that once symptoms show, it's already too late. For the most part, this is a 100% mortality-stricken disease. And it doesn't matter if it's an aberrant, it doesn't matter if it's a chaste. Anyone who gets this, it's a death sentence.
I have in the past met somebody who recovered from it, a young girl who was essentially invisible except for a brain and veins, and I just wished I could do more for her.
She just kind of gives you this inquisitive look. She's like, well, if that is the case, that sounds like it could be a fate even worse than death.
Yeah. They seemed optimistic, at least.
Well, I've always said that one of the greatest tools you can use to fight any sort of sickness is a positive outlook. And as silly as that sounds, statistically speaking, people who think they're going to pull through have a higher chance of pulling through. In this case, it may be just wishful thinking, but I like to stay positive that we'll find a cure for this one day. But enough doom and gloom. If you follow the path up here, you'll get to the city proper. We have stores, we have restaurants. If you're in need for any sort of spiritual guidance, we have a church. It's very old world reminiscent in here, and I'm sure that the gruff of the guard at the door has already told you, but if you have any abilities, please do not use them within the gates. That will be a quick way to wind up being either ejected from the city or put to jail. We do have a jail, again, reminiscent of the old world. So.
Understood.
Anything else I can help you with before you head off to your adventure.
That should be it, Dr. R. Have a good one.
And she kind of like walks in front of you and she opens the door. She's like, we have 2 new citizens with a clean bill of health. She kind of smiles and the guard gives her a nod and then waits for you to exit the building.
Walks out and approaches the guard who we were supposed to be let in by.
Yeah, so he's still standing there and he's like, all right, well, glad to see everything's good with both of you. Follow me. I'll take you into the registry. We can get you your cards so that way you can come and go as you please without needing to do this task every time. And then any questions or anything you have along the way, if you find any of us, we all are wearing matching uniforms. I think they're old park ranger uniforms if I'm not mistaken, but they do the job. We're easy to locate and identify. And if you need help around the city, we can try to help you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he leads you in towards the city proper, and you kind of go through these trails, and it's like almost like dirt trails with like wood chips on top of it. And it kind of bends a bit over, and to the north side of the city, behind like all of these cabins, it's just all wooded area in there, and there are some paths, and you notice that there's like a staircase that kind of goes into the wood, like a wooden staircase that leads off into the wood. To the south side, you can see an old road that sort of drives out towards the south, and they have these privacy fences that were stood up at the entrance, cutting across the road, so you can see that these were sort of put up post haste after the fact. They have built like this makeshift boundary for themselves. And as you continue down the path towards the northeast, you head up this hill, and then you see the city proper. And it's a small town that's here. The area that you walk out through this path, there's like a little cul-de-sac full of homes. There's a maintained sidewalk. And as you walk down about a block and a half over, you can see that it opens up into the small downtown area, and you have entered this small little town of Cyril. He takes you to a building that's the registry. The person in there asks some information, basic information like the name and whatnot. They take your piece of paper and they give you this little placard card that has a unique number on it. And I don't know if there's anything you want to ask in there. Otherwise, there's really nothing of note other than that.
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head right now.
Okay. So they give you the card, and
Ooh,
then...
Wait, never mind, I lied to you.
Okay.
Now, I know that we were told that there is no essence use allowed. Does that mean that there's no aberrant in this city?
Who are you asking?
The person who's creating their identification cards.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a reaction table roll with him. So, well, no, we have some aberrant in town, albeit since recent events, there's been much less of them. But they are under strict guidance to not use their abilities. Same thing for the Kurish. We do have a decent population of Kurish here as well, and they are instructed not to use the ability. You know, the mayor has strict rules in place that if ability is used, it could result in anything from jail time to complete ejection from the city.
And I am curious about the whole no essence thing. I know it has something to do with the disease, but is it just using your essence near somebody could infect them? Or do you have to directly cast on them?
For the most part, it is the actual intertwining of essence from one person to another, so it's direct casting on them. But we had issues where people at the worst of this infection were beginning to lose control of their abilities, and they would sometimes just go off at random, and that random outburst of it was enough to infect people around them. We had an entire area we basically lost because of this happening.
It's quite sad.
It was.
Very sorry you all went through this.
Thank you. And that's why we have these rules, as restrictive and oppressive as they may seem, you know, especially towards the aberrant, who this is like their fundamental way of life, and we're saying that if you want to be here, you can't do it. But it's a necessary evil.
It's a safety precaution.
We've seen what happens when this goes awry, so. But here's your identification card here. Again, you're free to come and go. You could just show this at either the southwestern gates, or you can show it towards the northern gates if you're heading out that way. Either way, they'll let you in, and all we ask is that if you are around anybody that was sick, that you make sure you let us know so we can actually do these safety screenings to make sure that you're not infected.
Understood.
All right, and she slides both cards to you, and she's like, you guys have a great day.
You as well. So they head out of there, and Kay's just gonna, keep her voice down so it's not like they're fully being projected, that anyone walking by would just easily hear the conversation. And she's like, all right, so we know that there's at least aberrant that are here. Didn't quite feel like getting on that. We knew well enough that there was a soul aberrant that had survived. But I did feel like we've gotten some good information so far. But I think the best information we'll get will probably be from aberrant themselves that are in the area. What do you think?
I'm kind of pissed off that the doctor didn't give us a lollipop or something.
Well, I'm sure we can find somewhere that sells some sweet treats.
City's crazy, though. It's like
Yeah.
new still.
It's definitely... it's surreal to be in Cyril, because it is as if nothing happened. Other than, of course, everybody being on edge because of this potential deadly disease. But looking around feels normal.
Well, lead the way, detective.
Hey, you just let me know if you have any bright ideas either. I'm just, I don't know, grabbing at strings here, hoping that I can find something. Kay starts walking, and she's looking around at any people that she sees, trying to... I'm so sorry. Determined whether or not that they are aberrant.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a notice roll. Actually, Willow, give me a notice roll first. If you're making Kay take point, you can be the backup pair of eyes. All right, and give me a notice roll with a +1, please, Kay. Good thing.
Thanks, Willow!
Sorry, I had to write myself a note here to update Willow's character portrait to match everybody else's. Okay, so as you're walking, like it's almost like a scene out of like Mayberry. You see people that are walking down the sidewalk, you know, arms linked side by side. People just going about their days. There's no cars or anything, so you know people are utilizing both the sidewalk and the streets. For the most part, this area up the hill from where you came in, it's all really well maintained, to the point of like grasses are mowed. You know, weeds are plucked from the sidewalk. Like, it's almost like nothing happened in this town whatsoever. And through the time that you're there, kind of exploring and poking about, you see some Kurish, some Chase, but you do not see any Aberrant the whole time that you're walking around.
Sus.
But are there any stores or buildings or anything like that that you're specifically looking for?
If there were any buildings that looked like they might be of aberrant architecture, then those would of course be approached. I figured. I thought I'd give it my best shot though.
Yeah. And I seen the look in your eye when I said like Mayberry. So like 1950s like suburban America Mayberry.
I'm glad that you caught the look of my eyes of like that's not helpful, Cliff.
Yeah. I have to constantly remind myself that I'm fucking old. This is my daily reminder. I'm surprised I made it this long. So yeah, think like 1950s America, like everything is like just picture perfect. Like the ideal image of the American town is kind of what they're giving off here.
Is there any place that looks more run down? Like it might be like, oh yeah, this is where the less wealthy individuals might be, the people that are more outcast by the society.
The only buildings that are even of any lesser degree at all would be the like cabins, the like vacation cabins that you've seen on the way in. They were all like around the medical area. Those are the only ones. Other than that, it's just cookie cutter houses.
Suburban America.
Yep.
Okay.
When you see like the buildings you're walking by, it's all just like standard like brick architecture, like storefronts, and everything is just very clean and kempt.
I guess we're just gonna start poking into stores since I don't see any aberrant out and about. And could just be that there's really not that many, or they're in the prison. I'll take that as a sure. We'll start poking into buildings.
You guys tell me.
I just meant like, you know, Sin/Willow didn't respond, so I was like, okay. I guess
I don't know if that was a question directed at me. Do we have money? We have shit to trade?
I mean, I did load up my backpack with plenty of, you know, valuable travel items and such before I ended up leaving New Eden, so it's not like I don't have products that I could be trading. Not sure what we'll need in these stores, but it's more, you know, it's more an information hunt than anything.
Okay. I think I know where we can get some information.
All right, then lead the way.
Willow's gonna go find some place that she could get a burger.
Sure. There's a old-fashioned like burger diner there. Little white building. it's got like 3 like stalls to sit in, and then other than that, it's just like the front counter. There's like the little stools that you can sit on. And yeah, and as you walk in there, I mean, just the smell of the grill and the burgers, like it just fills your nostrils as you walk in.
Yes. Perfect.
And you walk in, and there's a middle-aged lady behind the desk. She got curly red hair, and she kind of smiles, and she's like, "You two can sit anywhere you want to. You got a booth open over there, or there's plenty of stools on the bar."
Kay just heads straight for the booth, doesn't even, like, flinch at looking at Willow, like, where should we sit? She's like, nah, cushy seat. We sit in the woods enough.
And not too long after you guys sit down, she walks over to your seat, and she puts 2 glasses down and fills them up with water and puts 2 coffee cups down. And then she looks to you and she's like, "Coffee?"
I suppose my first question is, how does this really work around here? Because this is our first day in town, so not really sure financially how things work.
She starts laughing. She goes, "Well, the water's free. Everything else, it just uses regular old currency. Dollar bills, currency."
Okay. She just kind of, like, looks to Willow, and she was like, "Did you keep a wallet?" Sits.
She just starts laughing, looking at your guys' face. She's like, "If you guys have any goods or anything, you could trade them at the general store, and they'll give you a cash equivalent for them. If you plan on sticking around here, you may want to consider looking for some line of work that could pay you regularly, or if you're more the type that likes to go out and get things done, you're always going to have the option of selling things that we need back, so."
Noted. Well, thank you for the water. I have a feeling we'll be back.
And she's like, "You want a cup of coffee?" "My treat."
Yes.
She fills it up, and then she looks at Willow. She's like, "What about you?"
Willow's like downing the water right now. This is fine.
She pours you a refill of the water, and then she's like, "Well, if you guys figure this out, come on back in here, and we'll be happy to actually give you some of the good stuff."
Thank you very much. Kay doesn't hesitate when it comes to finishing this, because she knows we don't exactly have a lot of time, and we're trying to get things done, not let Tal and Gio die, potentially.
Yeah, ideally. Maybe.
I mean, that's at least my goal. So, finishes those up pretty quick, and then I guess we head out. Alright, I guess we'll go find the general store first.
Yeah, then you walk by that near the beginning when you walked in.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as you walk in, I mean, you can see an area that they have off to the side. They have like one of these registers that's like partitioned off. And you can see that there's people that are already there, and they're kind of trading odds and ends and getting money for it.
Mm-hmm.
So you wait your turn for that, and then you get called up. And it's this old guy who, he's not really even, he kind of like half-ass pays attention to you as you walk up. He's like, "Okay, what you got?"
Hello. She just kind of like puts her backpack down and just kind of starts rummaging through it a bit, looking for any of the camping supplies she has that might not be extremely necessary to have around constantly, and it's just like, I can't even think of shit off the top of my head. Holy shit. She's got stuff, okay?
Well, he's got money if you got stuff.
Yeah, I'm just not properly braining right now. Sin, you got anything on Willow that you're trading?
I got a blanket.
Kay's got blankets, a canteen,
Kay is not leaving her blanket.
casual clothes.
I am looking at my inventory. The thing is that we didn't in the inventory put down like, oh, all that till I had made, I spent it all buying like supplies for like travel and camping and survival in the wilderness.
Okay. So what would you have?
That's what I'm struggling with mentally right now. So let's say she has probably a water bag, because that's always a good idea to have with you camping. So that's probably something she would have picked up. Just a large collapsible container that you fill with water. She'll put down some of the perishable food items that she would have had, because non-perishable are gonna last longer, so I guess she puts down the apple fritters. They're like a day old, but it's fine. Probably an extra rope or something like that.
Okay. What else you got? Anything else?
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head right now. I'm just fucking stupid at the moment. You know what? Let's just say one of those, like, campfire kettles that you would be making, like, instant coffee in.
Okay. He's like, all right, for the water bag, the rope, the kettle, the blanket, $35. Your food, I don't want that.
I tried. She giggles and puts it back.
He's like, we got a trade?
Can you round it up to 40?
Give me a persuasion roll.
Gotta click on the right tab for that.
And what is persuasion versed with spirit? All right, let's see what old Doc can do. He like peers at you from like behind the glasses. Like he's not looking through them. He's looking over the glasses at you. He's like, fine. $40.
Thank you so much.
And he takes all the items and he scoops them off and he starts putting them into a box behind the counter. And he says, you got any preference? Currency? 5s, 10s, 20s?
No preference.
He hands you 2 20s.
Kay hands one to Willow.
Sweet.
And then he just kind of like, next.
Yep, I figured. Okay, we gotta find kids. Brutal honesty. They don't know when to shut up. They don't know what to hide. Kids are easy to ask questions. They don't keep secrets very well.
I mean, you've seen a lot of kids when walking down the streets with their parents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go wrangle up some kids.
Go find the children.
Good night, everybody. And that's how our stream got banned. It was a good run.
Sorry, guys. Didn't even think of the implications. I'm just dumb. You know this.
So the real question is, now that you have money, do you go back to the burger joint? Or are you trying to pick up kids before you go to the burger joint?
Willow's gonna get some burgers.
Kay was gonna wait till, like, they were about to leave to pick up, see if she could afford it to get enough where Tal and Gio get one too. That way they'd be warm if possible. But, so, Kay will pass on getting a burger right now.
Is Kay able to talk Willow down, delay it?
So I know you really want a burger, but so we don't have to go there repeatedly. Maybe we wait till we're about to head out so that we can try to grab one for Tal and Gio. What do you
I
think?
like the idea of going here repeatedly.
Tell you what, you go enjoy a burger. Maybe you can chat up that waitress and see if you get any info out of her. I'm gonna go harass some children. There is no way to put it that doesn't sound wrong, huh?
I disagree. I think we're just choosing the wrong ones. All right, so Willow and Kay are splitting up in the brand new city that they went to. They've been there a whole hour and they've already broken the first rule. I guess technically you guys broke the first rule before we even started.
Listen, they're dying. It's fine.
That's the clause to the rule. Don't split the party unless
they're
two of the people are already dying. Then fuck them.
Yeah.
Okay, that works for me.
That's how my characters usually go.
Yours just die in water.
Blah 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 blah.
I'm gonna have to find a way for every one of your characters to die by water.
At least once, even if they get brought back.
All right, so Willow's going to the diner. Kay is off trying to find an unfiltered opinion about what's going on. So, all right, fuck it. We've already jumped into this territory, right? So how are you scoping out these kids? Are you looking for, like, kids that are walking with their parents? You could be like, oh, hey, can I ask little Susie a question? Or are you going to, like, try to find, like, a playground where some kids are there and, like, go, oh, hey there, children. Hey there, fellow kids.
Here's some candy.
Oh, she's hoping to find some kids that are playing by themselves without adults.
Sure. Let's just fucking...
Look for a Foursquare, I don't know.
Let's just dive in head first in this one. High or low?
Low.
All right. High. You do not find... So, you don't find any children that are playing by themselves. You do see that there are, like, in one of the areas kind of off on their own, there's a group of, like, teens that are, like, skateboarding or something. But you don't see any children that are just kind of playing about that you could just kind of throw random questions at and get unfiltered answers. Mostly all the children that you're seeing are pretty well, like, cared for by their parents in the immediate vicinity.
How strange.
I like my wording better.
Cal lured them out alone.
Right, you're gonna have to go back to the general store and buy some candy first.
Usually they're rebellious and angry about shit.
So you're gonna go accost the teens?
Yeah, gonna go talk to the teens.
All right. So as they're there, they're kind of just sitting around joking and whatnot. One of them's on a skateboard, and they're off kind of on the outskirts of town, like behind one of the shops. And what's your approach?
Casual.
I mean, you just go walk up like, oh, hey, guys. Hi, fellow kids.
No, Kay's gonna approach, smile in a slight way, and be like, hey, I'm new to town, and I just had a few questions. I was wondering if you guys could help me out.
Give me a reactions table roll.
Well.
So they're like,
you're gonna make me say, hey, Kate, I got some candy.
Fuck off, old lady.
yeah. So actually, that's kind of what their approach is. Is they're like, they started chuckling and they're like, the bingo hall's down the road. And then they all laugh with each other.
High five. Yeah, good one.
Kate just
Good
kind
one,
of
Chet.
Kate just kind of chuckles and shakes her head and is like, listen, I'm trying to find out shit that the adults are too fucking pussy to give me the answer to, so
They all look at you and just chuckle in unison. Like, the adults? What the fuck? You are the adults. What do you mean?
like I said, new around here. Everyone I've asked is kind of dodgy about the whole plague incident, okay? And
yeah, no shit.
Just... Alright. What the hell do you want? The hell do you want for me to be able to, like, you know, get you guys to actually help me out and give you some answers?
They start laughing. They're like, $50.
Remember I said I'm new to this town? Kind of ditched my wallet a long fucking time ago.
I'm sure you can find some way to make money.
Sorry, I don't make that money that way anymore.
They all go, ooh! Like, yeah, you probably break a hip now.
Give me that skateboard. I'm not too old for this, I promise you.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh, God.
Gaze is just like, nah, fuck you guys at this point. I said, nah, fuck you guys.
You know what? I'm gonna burn a Benny on this one. Okay. They start laughing and they're like, okay, yeah, let's see what you can do. And they just slide it over to you.
Fuck yeah, let's go. I'm gonna go do a kickflip.
You go channel your inner Gio.
Kickflip!
I'm gonna need an athletics roll.
Boo. But I'm trying to show off.
That's fine. You can do it with flair.
Kickflip!
Yeah.
All right.
She just pulls into her inner punk teenage years and just does some skate bullshit. Megan doesn't know terms other than kickflip and ollie, so you know that's all I got for you.
And you can do a kickflip and an ollie. Good enough.
Yeah.
It's more than I can do on a skateboard.
I can move on one.
I wouldn't even try now. Because remember, I'm old. Don't
forget it.
So one of them's like, all right, how about this? Let's play a game of Peg. I'll do a move first. You do it. If you can match me, best 3 out of 5. I'll tell you what you want to know.
Deal. I'll take it.
But I'm going first. He like walks up and just snatches the skateboard out of your hands. Mm-hmm. He runs and he jumps up on jumps in the air, puts the board underneath him in midair, and then he attempts to land a trick. But we'll see if this actually works. Ooh. He lands. As soon as he lands, the board snaps and he face plants into the fucking ground, and you just see his nose explode. And
do I have to break my nose too?
His friends are all like they start laughing at first, but they see he's like really fucked up. And as you say, do I have to break my nose too? He's like, "Fuck you, lady." And then they fucking grab him up, and then they start to walk away like they're going to get his face checked out.
That's valid at this point.
Oh, I hate that Willow missed this.
Willow would have loved watching this kid eat some shit.
So your lead just walked away.
Yeah, it did. If essence use wasn't illegal, I would just heal him. But I'm not going to take any chances.
I mean, you could just heal him and then really prove to him that you're all about fuck the man. Or they could rat you out and you could get, kicked out of the
Yeah,
city.
about to say, the alternative is not something I'm looking for.
High risk, high reward. You've seen the way that Chad just ate the cement.
Yeah, I did see the way that Chad ate cement, but
I'm sorry, Chet. Chet, I think is what John called him.
Okay, sorry. I saw the way that Chet ate cement, sure, but not about to give Chet any pegs against me, considering he's a pussy little bitch. Anyways.
I mean, who's the pussy, him or you? You could have just face dived in the cement and did exactly what he did and then made him eat his words. Just looked at him through the blood, be like, all right, my turn.
She's just gonna sigh, pick up the broken skateboard, and just, as she's walking, if she passes a trash barrel, she'll just dump it in there.
Sure.
Gonna just, I guess, shoot my shot and speak to a rando adult.
Sure. Are you profiling anyone in particular?
Yeah, male about my age that would be easy to flirt with to get information out of.
Sure. Sounds about right. Dumb guy, got it.
Dumb guy who's just like, titties. That's all I need.
Sure. Me too.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could find someone, not too far from this area here. I feel like it's more towards the center, or like the outskirts of town. You'd be heading more back towards the center. So yeah, you give me a notice roll.
Gonna find the most Felix motherfucker I can.
Sure. Why not?
Give me the horniest of horn dogs.
You find it, like, as you're walking back, kind of discouraged, you just threw the skateboard in the trash. You're walking, and you see a guy that's walking against the way that you're walking, and you're noticing that he's checking you out.
She gives a smile and then walks right up to him and is just like, "Hey there, I'm new around here. Wondering if maybe you could give me a little tour."
Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll. We'll skip the reaction table.
No. I mean, that's fine, but
Okay.
it's low and it's stupid.
He's like, I can show you where my place is.
Perhaps the tour could end there.
All right. And he just reached out his hand. He's like, Brian.
Okay, it's nice to meet you.
So you're new here. Where'd you come from?
Well, originally Las Vegas, but most recently I was in New Eden.
Yeah, never been out that way.
Yeah, don't. There was just a very massive war. It's not going great for the human side. It's just... don't.
Yeah, those aberrant pussies. If it wasn't for the fact that they had all those powers, beat the shit out of them all day, every day.
Oh, is that why I don't see any around here?
Nah, you don't see any around here because they all died, basically. Didn't you hear about the shit that went down in the city?
Oh, I heard about it, but when I was getting my identification card, I, out of curiosity, had asked the person publishing it, and they said that they still had some aberrant. So I figured, I'd have seen one by now.
I mean, I don't see any around here anymore. Last one I heard that was here was that one guy. I can't even remember his name now. He was the one that helped them figure out how to identify the sickness and everything. I think he came down with it too, actually.
Yeah, I had heard that there was a single aberrant that had survived. So is it that guy?
Shit, maybe.
All right.
Why you care so much about aberrant? You got like a fetish or something?
I mean, who's to judge? I've never been with one, but who knows? Maybe it's magical. She says, like, rolling her eyes and just chuckling, like, mocking Essence almost, because that's what this guy seemed to be doing.
Give me a performance roll. Let's see if he's buying it. He's like, yeah, ever since they came around, it's been nothing but trouble anyways around here. It's kind of peaceful with them gone now. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Like, I don't wish bad on anybody, and after seeing what this did to people, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But I mean, let's be real, right? I'm not a racist or anything, but they're the ones that brought this disease here.
Give Megan a second. I was not ready for the I'm not racist butt card to get pulled. Kay shrugs and is just like, yeah, well, I'm sure they had all sorts of diseases that we had that they weren't used to.
I don't know. I haven't heard about any of them catching a disease here that wiped out half a town.
I mean, it's not like news travels fast in this day and age.
And then, like, you notice, like, as you guys are, like, walking and talking, that he, like, stops. And he's like, this is my place.
I do believe I said end of the tour.
Yeah, we're here. This is the end.
So you're not actually going to show me around town?
I mean, what more you want to see? He like, sighs, and he's like, yeah, of course, man. Like, come on. And he's just, like, kind of, like, half effort pointing out different locations. Like, yeah, general store. Got the diner. You got the old police station. You got... he, like, points over here, and he's like, that's Terry. He's a butcher. If you want fresh meat, don't buy it from the general store. Buy it directly from Terry.
Terry's got the meats.
He chuckles. He's like, yeah, exactly. And he's like, so, like, what are you looking to do around here?
Honestly, mostly I'm just passing through, but it would be a good place to be doing some trade every once in a while.
So where are you headed to after you leave here?
I mean... One of my friends that's with me's goal is California. I don't know.
You're like, shit, that's only like 2 days from here.
Yeah. This will be a good place to keep in mind for if we need more supplies, if we decide to stay in that area.
Yeah. Make sure if you're going, you bring something to climb some mountains. Unless you plan on taking the long way around, you're gonna have to, like, kind of points off just generally in the direction. So you're gonna have to do some climbing. You ever been climbing? I used to go all the time.
Sorry, that was Megan trying to think of backstory of she would, and... You know, nothing crazy like this. I mean, I grew up in Arizona, and there's not too much for mountains over there.
Are you kidding me? There's tons of climbing you could do out in Arizona. Ain't you ever seen Mission Impossible 2? Ain't that where Tom Cruise was climbing that rock?
Oh, there's plenty of rocks, but most of them you can't climb on because they're protected and all that. But there are some that you can, and I have done some of that. She's just gonna continue to shoot the shit with this guy for a bit, and then she's like, you know, I noticed you said the old police station. Does that mean there's a new one, or is that the only one?
No, that's the only one. It's just, we don't really have, like, police now. They still use the jail cells for, you know, anybody who's getting drunk and disorderly or anything like that, but kind of like the...
But if there's no police, then who's putting people in there and saying whether or not, like, you know, it's wrong to do so?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we got those rent-a-cops and the ranger outfits. They're the ones that are doing it, but...
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's their unofficial little hangout, but... Yeah, there's no police per se. I mean, really, it's not like we have a judge or a trial or anything. You're acting up, they throw you in a cell, sleep it off. And, you know, the really bad offenders, I guess they get kicked out or whatever. You know, we just make a lot of noise, and then all of a sudden you're gone, and then we don't have to deal with anybody causing ruckus in the city anymore.
Understood.
And you notice that, like, as you guys are talking, like, the trip's, like, winding back around towards his block.
She just kind of smiles and shakes her head and she says, well, thank you for the tour.
It's not over yet, though. And he, like, gives you a smile.
I suppose it's not. You're just staring at me. You're like, what?
No. As long as he's still walking and talking, right? So
Yep.
this guy's fully convinced he's getting laid.
He is.
Perfect. So he's luring you there. So as long as you're following, he's leading.
Yep. Kay is just going for it. She's like, you know what? Fuck it. It's been a while.
And then he, like, puts on the extra smoothness, right? He's like, all right, save the best for last.
Yeah, she's just gonna laugh through it. Like, okay, yep.
Yeah, so he leads you inside, and, you know, and his house is a nice house. It's a small, like, 3-bedroom house, like your quintessential American house. And yeah, any sort of post-coital information you're trying to lure out of him?
Not really.
Okay. All right, roll for sex. No.
Roll that performance.
Oh man. Kay used teeth.
Just gotta make sure he's not chasing her around.
He's like, you gotta go.
That was great.
He's like, you gotta be quiet. My mom's gonna hear you.
No wonder he can afford a 3-bedroom house. Because he can't.
You know, I think he thinks otherwise.
You just don't feel like having your camera on at this point?
No, I'm like halfway across the house, but I can unmute with my headset.
Right.
So I just heard you say this was great, and guy contacts. I think he thought otherwise. So
Yeah, no, he did. I rolled a 2.
She rolled a 2 for sex.
Oh Lord.
It's been a while. You get rusty. Not as limber as you once were. All the sleeping on the ground, you know.
Yeah. Yep. She just gets out of there. It's back in the direction of the diner.
Sure.
Looking for Willow.
So, I'm gonna be generous here. We're gonna say the guy lasted 43 minutes.
Wow. Good for him.
Being generous. I'm in a giving mood. Only because you rolled so poorly. You'd have rolled good, I'd have knocked the die off. He lasted 2 minutes. That's it. So 43 minutes, I'll say, we'll say lasted 43 minutes in total. This endeavor has lasted, the tour and the making of the sex.
The making of the sex.
So, Willow, you head back to the diner. Same lady. She gets you set up. What are you ordering?
Biggest burger that they got.
Okay.
Like, you guys got soda?
She's like, yeah, we got soda. You want can or you want fountain?
Big old burger, large soda, large fries.
Okay. That's going to cost you $8.
Hands over the 20.
Yeah, she gives you your 12 change back. Make sure you guys are updating your money in your character sheet, by the way, because I don't want to keep track of it. And yeah, so, you know, you order, you get your food, you probably eat all within 15, 20 minutes. And you notice that Kae still isn't back.
Yeah, we're not gonna wait around though. So, goes out and looks around the area that she's in. Is there like any large clearings of people?
No, yeah, sure. You can find congregations of people all over.
Okay, she's gonna try to go in the middle of all these people and like sit on the floor, pull out her duffel bag, sit in front of her, pull out the guitar, and just start playing. See if she can draw some kind of crowd.
Sure. Well, I mean, in that case, so like there's a small little park that they have there, and it's got an old play set on it, so it's got like the slide, the monkey bars, the swings, and then there's a couple benches that are around that area. So there's a pretty decent amount of people in this general area, whether they're just kind of, you know, recreationally playing in the park or if they're with kids on the playground and whatnot.
Okay.
So yeah, you head over there and go ahead and do a performance roll.
So many that. Yeah, I guess we're keeping the 6.
Okay. Yeah, and you know, some people are like taking notice from a distance and whatnot. And after a little bit of playing, some of the kids come up to you, younger kids, like probably like 4 or 5 years old, and they're like dancing in front of you as you're playing. And then when their parents come to get them, you know, they kind of stand there with them and hold them. And then after a little while, a small little group comes. Kae, give me a notice roll. Okay.
I synced it.
Yeah. So as you're heading back to the diner, you have to pass by where this park is, because the park is like centrally located, like in the city, like it is like literally like a central park. And you see the small crowd and you hear the guitar playing. Give me a, we'll say a spirit roll. And like the music and whatnot, like it takes you back, and you can't help but like think of Felix from hearing like this acoustic music playing.
I don't want to think about Felix after just getting laid
About
by
to say,
a himbo.
Exactly that, and that's kind of what lays it on even worse, right? Is that like you kind of had like Wish.com Felix just a second ago, and then now you're you know, reminded of the music and whatnot from that. And as you head back in that direction, like you pretty instinctively know that that's Willow that's over there doing it.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure her eyes are just a tiny bit glassy as she's thinking about all this, trying to not cry.
With the crowd of people here, are there any like that she's looking at everyone? Any aberrants that showed up?
Give me. You already did a notice roll, right?
A while ago.
A while ago. How long ago was that? Yeah. Go ahead and give me a new notice roll. That's fine.
But I'm pretty sure the last notice was like aiding me.
Nope.
So I mean, no, you see mostly just humans that are here.
And she's just gonna keep playing until Kae shows up or she notices any aberrant in the crowd.
Okay. You don't notice any aberrant, but you do notice Kae walking up bow-legged from making all that sex.
Glossy-eyed.
Why?
Fucking Heathcliff.
Oh my gosh! Why
I didn't know X was back.
I found my wig and I'm cleaning, so I found my wig and I just thought I'd throw it on and turn my video on for a second.
As one does.
That's like half of cleaning is finding bullshit you forgot about and being like, I'm gonna play with this now.
Oh, there's my black beard wax. I could complete the look.
Do it.
So Kay is just gonna approach, put her hands in her pockets, and she's just gonna observe the crowd around them as well. Did you want me to make a notice roll, or just not gonna let it happen? I don't know. Up to you.
I mean, you rolled a notice of 11. We can carry that over.
Sure thing.
So you don't notice any aberrant at all. In fact, the more you like gaze into like the crowd, the small little group of people that are here, you're not even seeing anyone who is like easily identifiable as Kurish.
Okay. Kay's just gonna, walk over and stand with the crowd, watching Willow. If nobody has put money in her bag yet to encourage this to happen, Kay is going to drop her 20 in there.
Ooh, okay.
Hope they take bait and realize they should be tipping.
Sure. I like that. Go ahead and give me a performance roll, like if you can kind of lay on the thickness with this.
Down with the thickness.
I am down with the thickness.
Me too.
Ooh.
The second roll doesn't count.
It just wasn't critical.
Yeah, it just wasn't critical. Yeah, so after you do that, someone else does it, and then you see like one of the parents like give like $1 to one of the small little kids, and the kid walks up and kind of drops it in.
Cute. At this point, Kay's just gonna wait for Willow to finish her thing.
And you make a whole $3.
Oh, come
Ooh.
on.
Kind of bonus because of the fame.
You have fame?
You make $4.
This Edge has been straight bullshit, Zax.
I was about to say,
Well,
how does Willow have the fame?
The fame for it to really make sense is gonna have to be like earned, or there's gonna have to be some narrowity in your backstory that makes it where people know who the fuck you are, because you can't really just walk into an isolated town and be like, I'm here, bitches.
I mean, you can. They're just gonna be like,
Well, yeah. The second part of that is, and have people go, is that Willow? So you gotta do some infamous shit. So, like, what I would say with
in
your
a world with no communication.
well, so like doing stuff like this, right? So you're in the center of the city playing, like that's something that's gonna get you noticed, where more and more people are gonna know who you are from doing it. So I would let the fame organically kind of work that way. But again, like just walking into the city is a little bit harder. Fame is a good one for what it is, but in this setting, with it being so disjoined, it's like if North Korea's most famous pop star came to your house today, would you know who they are? Like, like they're famous in their own right, but you don't know who the fuck they are.
And she's just gonna finish the song that she's on and start gathering all of her stuff.
I will say that as you're packing up and everything, that you actually get like a small ovation from the crowd that is gathered around. And and I don't know if it means anything to Willow or not, but like the little girl that gave you the $1, like you like made her day. Like she was loving it.
If any of the kids seem like super ecstatic, she's gonna like ruffle their hair and pat him on the head as she finishes.
Yeah, like all the kids loved it because music, you know, but like the one little girl was like magnetized to the performance of it. So there you go. So you made $4. You made $24, but I'm guessing that Kay is probably gonna want that 20 back.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I rolled two 20s with the hopes of it like doing something more than that, but
Should have done 3.
And then looks over at Kay, glossy-eyed, looking hair a mess, and looking like she just got jumped.
who did it?
Hey.
I'm gonna wait for the crowd to disperse then before I approach her.
So it,
Everything good?
yeah, I just thought a little bit too much about Felix and had a little bit of an emotional reaction. I got a little bit more information from one of the locals. Doesn't appear like there's really any aberrant to be seen at all since the plague, despite what the person who was issuing the ID card said. And I don't know if you noticed, but I haven't even seen anyone that you would easily be able to point out in the crowd and go, oh, they're Kurish.
I usually can't spot people like that anyways.
Says the white-haired.
Well, you know, like, some people have really obvious signs, like, oh, I don't know, Sophie had pink eyes.
Did she?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the most common sign would be just foreign eye color. So, like,
I think when everyone was talking or paying attention to Sophie, they were looking at her other eyes.
they were pink too.
Titties. I'd be concerned if they were a different color. Like, everything about this is a tiny, petite white girl, and then black titties. What? So the only aberrant that the guy I was talking to knew anything about was the one that helped them develop the identification devices. But he said that he thinks that guy came down with it too. I'm not sure if this means this is the guy that survived, or if the one aberrant he thought was left is dead. So, I guess back to those cabins for the makeshift hospital thing to see if we can find him and ask him about shit.
It's the only thing we got to go off of.
Yeah, honestly, it really is. That or, like, I know where the police station is now if we wanted to go peek in the jail cells to see if they have the aberrant locked up.
Just swing by.
Whichever they come across first.
So what is it? You're gonna go to the jail cell or what?
Or the makeshift hospital-esque thing with the cabins to see if we can.
Oh, the jail would
find
definitely be. The jail's actually in the city proper. That's like in the outskirts where you guys came in at.
Got it.
So yeah. So you stop by and it's just a small town police station. It's just a small little building. You guys just plan on like walking in like, hey, hi. Nice jail you got here.
Nice deal you got here. I mean, perimeter first, see if there's any windows to peek in that, you know, might be easier to gather information without just waltzing in and having to play the persuasion card.
Sure. How are you guys approaching this? Are you trying to be sneaky, or like usually you draw a little attention when you start surveying the outside of the police station?
Well, I was thinking approach it from one side and just kind of like, you know, act natural as you're approaching it, then act like you're gonna walk behind it, and then curl around and just eventually make it to the front door if there's no obvious things to observe.
Sure. Go
Things
ahead.
that would be most looked for Kae would be like if there were any of those windows that would look into like a basement-esque thing, because she would think they weren't keeping the aberrant where they could easily be found if they were being held.
Okay. And are you both walking together, or is someone like stand back to like hooty hoo if someone shows up, or like how are you guys doing this?
I assumed acting natural and doing this would make more sense if it looked like they were just like having a conversation and walking by.
Okay. Then in that case, one of you do a performance roll to support the other. You two decide who's doing what.
I guess I'll support you.
Sure.
Your friends were saving. Hey.
All right, so go ahead and roll your performance with a +1. Hopefully you perform better than you did with the sex.
Right?
Yeah.
So I do have a question.
Sure.
I see Willow getting a +1 for attractive for performance, but I have very attractive and I'm not getting a plus for my performance. Why does their attractive affect their performance, but not my very attractive?
People are attracted to different things.
My guess is that you probably don't have it set up to do that.
Yeah, I think for that one you have to manually add it. Like you have to go to your skill
I got you.
and right click and hit the +- button and then add your own bonus.
Yeah, because it should be +2 to performance. Though it was a 4, it was adequate sex at best.
Only adequate because you were nice to look at during the act.
At least I wasn't a butterface.
Oh shit,
You were an only face.
Good to look at, but she just was like, yeah, I'm not really feeling it, so starfish.
my persuasion needs the +1 as well, apparently. I'm only getting the performance.
For Kae, go ahead and roll performance and then persuasion for me real quick.
Performance did the thing.
My fame isn't giving me the +1 either. What the fuck? I'm not getting any bonuses to my persuasion.
Most of those are circumstantial, so it doesn't do it automatically.
It did it every time for X.
I think we just had it set up to do it that way. So hold on. So for fame, you get what now?
+1 persuasion. And attractive is performance and persuasion.
Yep.
That's how X had a +4 to his persuasion.
All right. So you should have what then? 5, 6, 7. Okay. And then we'll follow suit on this one. Willow, go ahead and give me a notice roll to support Kay's notice roll. All right, Kay, do a notice with a +1.
Sorry. Since we did this, I looked at this and noticed that I also wasn't getting any of my fleet-footed bullshit, so I'm just adding that in.
Where are you adding it?
Just like how you did.
Okay.
It's not a fast typer by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, yes. Anyways, now we're gonna roll notice.
Yeah. And then while you're doing that, I'm also going to do this just to make sure.
Was I supposed
Alright,
to
I rolled
add
the
one
8.
for her?
Hey,
or-
that works. Yeah, you're supposed to add 1, so that's a 4. Okay.
Sweet.
And I wanted to make sure your pace worked, so I did that too. Okay, so
Their pace is not working.
what do you
Yeah,
mean?
Pace is still saying
If you look,
8.
their pace is 8, but fleet-footed is giving +2 for 10, so they're getting double fleet-footed because they should have pace of 6, fleet-footed +2.
Put in the +1 die type is what made it the 8.
Yeah, the run die is working, but if you look at their pace is 8 +2 for 10. Should be 6 +2 for 8. The run die worked fine. The run die is a D8. That's correct. I'm saying their base pace.
Fleet-footed
is-
was already doing pace correctly,
Okay.
Yeah.
but
So-
because you added it on there, it doubled it up. So I just removed it from the pace die. So now, in theory,
There we go. Pace 6 +2 equals 8, plus the 7 for the run die is 15.
okay. So you two are acting natural as you're walking up, and then you just keep walking like past the building, like along the side of it.
Scoping out places to look in.
So you walk by. So as you're walking by, here's what you notice. So it's a small building. So if there's the jail built into it, like they said, they can't have many cells. There are little windows for the basement, and they're made out of like those glass blocks. So it's not really easy to look into. You don't notice any lights on or anything in the basement, though. As you move around, like towards the back, you could see that there is a singular door in the back, and it's like a steel door, like a very high, what'd you call it? A high density door, like it's a security door. There are no other windows other than on the front. As you circle around, and if you're making your way all the way back to the front, you'll notice the same thing. So you'll see that there are 3 windows on either side, left and right, for the basement. All 6 of those windows are in the glass blocks. And then the back door is a security door.
All right. At that point, Kay would she's just gonna, walk right up and in.
You walk in and you see 2 guys and 1 female that are sort of sitting around, and they're like mid-conversation. They're kind of laughing as you walk in. And the lady stands up and she like straightens out her outfit a little bit. And she's like, "Oh, hey, what's going on?"
Hello, I'm new to town. I just wanted to introduce myself, trying to get to know all the important people around here, and figure this was a good place to say hi. She extends her hand to shake hands.
Give me a reaction table roll. Give me it twice. Okay.
Why?
That so fucking perfectly bodes with what I was hoping would happen.
We got a literal good cop, bad cop here.
No, what you have is the woman, she kind of, like, she looks at you reaching out, and she makes no effort to reciprocate the efforts. And she kind of, like, gives you, like, this sour look when you say that you're just introducing yourself. The two guys, on the other hand, they jump up very friendly-like. And one of them kind of takes a step ahead of her and reaches out to shake your hand. And she's like, "Oh, don't mind Deb here. She's not really trusting the new faces. Where'd you come from?"
When all this started, I was out in Las Vegas.
Wow, you made it from Vegas?
It's been a haul. But, you know, through all I've seen and done, survived, and here I am.
Well, you know, if you survive the trip from Vegas, I'd say you're probably pretty tough then.
I like to think so, at least.
So, we might have to keep our eye on you then.
Oh, I don't want any trouble.
Well,
Fucking Deb pissed.
he like chuckles, and you could see like her like just steaming over there.
She's so sour about this, like, ugh, she's fucking flirting with them. Bullshit.
And he's like, "Well, my name's Rob. That's Steven. You've met Deb," and he chuckles. He's like, "You know, there's like 15 of us on shifts here. We kind of alternate around. Mostly it's a pretty quiet town, though. Was there like any sort of information you were looking to get, or are you just popping into every building and introducing yourself?"
Well, not quite every building, just, you know, the official ones, because sure, there's the everyday Joe Schmo to introduce yourself, but usually it's a better idea to make sure that the folks in charge can identify you if you needed help.
He chuckles. He's like, "You hear that, Steve? She thinks that we're in charge." But like,
Don't
you'll
act
have to
like you
excuse
don't
me.
have
I left my badge at home.
Okay, I know it's not like the same, of course, as back in the old world, but, you know, as you said, it's 15 of you that are out here doing your best to protect us, so figured it's good to know who to call out for help, even if you're off duty.
Well, I mean, speaking of that, I'm off duty here in probably about 15 minutes if you want showcase of the town.
I appreciate it, but I do better learning on my own.
Okay, I can respect that. Well, it's not that big of a place. I'm sure I'll see you around at some point.
I'm sure you will.
And if you're in trouble, I guess you know where to find us.
She nods. So while I've been in here,
Yep.
what I've been able to just, like, you know, look around and observe the room, of course, not having an issue. It's a small building. Can I see the cells?
You can, yeah. So there's like the area. It's basically like an open area that you're in. There's a desk that's off to like when you first walk in, off to the left, about 10 feet or so from the door. That's just unmanned right now. There's two tables that are set up in this room. One of them in the corner there, no one is at. There's some papers and things stacked up on it. The other table is where the three of them were setting up. And then about 15 feet behind them, there's just an open concept like cell block that's here. There's it looks like there's 2 cells that are in there, and both of them are large, like multi-capacity cells. They have like a couple benches along the side, and then each one of them has like the little latrine in it. And they're mirrors of one another, so like the toilet's here, and then the benches are along these walls and these walls. And there's only one person that's in a cell right now, and they're just kind of laying on one of the benches with one of their legs out, one of their knees bent, and their arm just sort of dangling off the side, and they're just kind of swinging their arm back and forth.
Can I roll a notice to see if I can tell whether or not this person is aberrant or not?
Sure. Give me a notice roll. We'll say minus 2 if you're trying to not make it look obvious, or you can try to do like a stealth roll to not have to roll the minus.
You know what? We'll try the stealthy roll. Yeah. I do a stealth.
He don't notice shit.
He's not looking at her eyes.
He's definitely not paying attention to her looking around the place. But just because I'm gonna be that guy, Deb's all over your ass. But she didn't notice either. So go ahead and give me a notice roll. No negs.
Yeah?
You are absolutely certain that this guy is not aberrant.
Yeah.
But judging from like for a moment there when you guys are talking, like he turns and looks at you, and you can see that he has like these like almost fluorescent green eyes. So you have a pretty good indication that he's Kurish, but you did see the white of his eyes, not the black of his eyes, so you know he's not aberrant.
Alright, so after the casual conversation and introducing, she's just gonna walk outside where I'm gonna assume Willow is, because Sin didn't talk the entire time and wasn't acknowledged, so I don't think that she went in.
No.
No.
Just stayed by the door listening.
She's just gonna, walk out and walk with Willow. Like, well, I didn't see any aberrant in there, but I did see what is my first obvious Kurish. They are currently locked up. No idea why, but, they're in there. Didn't feel like asking. Felt wrong to pry. Not really. I just felt like it'd be suspicious to pry, but, Alright. I'm glad to see that they just, have all the aberrant in a jail cell, but... Next up is the Cabins, I guess.
We're not doing too good.
I mean, we got some information, but yeah, no, not really. I don't know what to do. I'm certainly not a PI.
Think we tell them to lift their spirits, give them a burger each, and we start heading out. Like old Dr. Lady said.
Sure.
High hopes.
High hopes. But, I do want to check those cabins out before we actually leave. See if that aberrant doctor fellow is actually still around. Maybe ask Dr. R about it.
if I can like go outside the city, turn into like a bird or something, and just fly in here and look around, it'll be a lot easier.
You can do that if you want.
Some dark alley or I don't know. Maybe I'll get locked up and find the Everett.
Well, I hope you don't get locked up, but if getting locked up leads to the Everett, that'd be nice. Just try not to. Kae says as she's just like walking towards the cabins, not sure if Willow's gonna follow.
Yeah, she's following behind.
More importantly, are you guys gonna buy them burgers, or are you gonna leave them hanging? Because if Tal finds out that Willow had burgers and didn't bring him
Burgers.
one,
There will be burgers purchased
you're gonna
for
negate a dying man his last wish.
yes. Burgers, fries, and drinks for 3.
That'd be $24.
Hey, Willow. Can you give me $4 so that Gio and Tal get them too? Because I only got a 20.
She zips open the duffel bag and pulls out the 4 that she earned.
Glares at Kae like, bitch, pull your own weight.
I mean, I could still get me a full meal again.
I mean, the only thing that I think most of the stuff sold was Kay's stuff anyway. So.
It was.
Yeah, so the only money that Willow earned was the $4 that Willow just gave up. So.
Yeah.
Willow sold a blanket.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So $9 of it was Willow's.
I don't know.
Pulling my weight.
All right, so you guys stop, make the burgers. They give them to you in a greasy white paper bag, one of those like paraffin wax bags, the good kind. That by the time you get it back to them, is gonna be fucking translucent.
It's like going Five Guys. Perfect.
I love that we both went to the same place.
I was getting the same thing that she got last time.
Oh, you get another one?
Mm-hmm. Another $8.
Yeah, it's another $8 out of it.
That's fine.
Okay. Subtract your monies.
Yep.
Broke and almost broke. All right, so yeah, you guys get that, and then you head back the same way that you came. Again, you walk through the city. You get to the edge of the city proper, and you see that there's like that downward trail that leads down, and off in the distance, a couple dozen yards, you can see those cabins that are sort of laid out. And you guys make your way back down there. What's your game plan? Are you gonna try to like peek the windows in the cabins? Are you gonna break in? Is Willow gonna?
No, just gonna try to find Dr. R.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you know where her cabin was at.
Yep. Gonna go talk to Dr. R.
Okay. As soon as Fantasy Grounds updates here, hold on one second. It's not letting me do what I'm trying to do.
I was like, I don't know what sort of sassy reaction he's having right now. Like, what is this little adorable old lady going to be doing?
Just on her all fours, feral, just eating the guts out of a corpse.
Okay.
No. So,
Also having the sex.
the sex.
Brian's there too.
He's like, oh, you met my mom. As you're there, you knock on the door. She opens her door, and you see the kid from the park, who's sitting in there with this bloody rag on his face, and he just gives you this look, And he's like, that's the one that made me fall.
Kay just kind of shakes her head and said, you tried to do a cool trick and fell on your face. I don't think I did anything.
And the doctor kind of chuckles. She's like, okay, you're going to be fine. There's nothing else I can do for you here. You move along. And he gets out and he like walks past you. He just gives you a dirty look the whole time he walks past.
Willow's gonna like psst, and walk to like the side of the building or something.
Okay.
And she's like, oh, boys will be boys. Hopefully you're okay.
Oh, I'm fine. I didn't fall.
She sort of laughs. Like, well, what can I do for you?
Well, I was just hoping you could answer a few questions for me regarding this all. I mean, let's face it, I am curious in nature and just... It's not something I've ever heard of, everything that's happened here. I was wondering if you can tell me about any of it, what you know, where it came from. Like, I know you said you had the best of the doctors for both sides, so, like, is this something from the garden that they already knew of?
She's like, well, do you mind walking and talking? My shift ended about 15 minutes ago.
Of course.
And she starts walking towards the door and she like motions for you to go out.
Mm-hmm.
And then she walks out and she locks the door behind her. And she just starts walking back towards like the city. She's like, yeah, there's not a whole lot that we know about it. Even now, even after what happened, from some of my colleagues that I spoke to, even the Aberrant, they weren't sure what this was. We tried all of our medicine, which failed. They tried using their essence, and that failed. So the best conclusion we could come to is it was some mutation of a virus that they had back in their home world that changed here somehow. But it was resistant to both our medicine and their healing.
That is truly tragic. I heard rumor of that a single aberrant was the only one that was able to survive after being infected. What was the difference between what happened with him and all the others?
Give me a persuasion roll with a -4.
Come on, Kay. Yeah.
She sort of looks around and she's like, he lived, but it definitely took its toll. He lost all ability to cast, and have you ever seen the way cancer eats at the body?
Yeah.
I attribute it to this was some sort of cancer that ate at their essence, and it entirely severed their connection.
Wow.
And with that being such a integral part of their body, it changed him for the worse. So, though it did not kill him, I'm not sure he would want to live She kind of just gives you like a perched smile.
Okay. That's definitely awful, but it still poses the question of what made him different.
I wish I knew. He suffered for nearly 2 weeks. And towards the end of that 2-week period, the pain was just unbearable. It went from fatigue to him telling me it felt like his blood was boiling from the inside out. And then it just stopped. The pain stopped. The fatigue stopped. And his connection to the essence stopped.
That's just tragic. From what I know from the aberrant I have met, existing with the essence is like breathing, so it must have just been like the constant feeling of drowning once it disconnected.
I didn't get a chance to ask what it felt like, as he shut down and stopped talking to everyone. He was a brilliant mind, and he didn't die from it, but I'm not sure he's truly still there.
Where is he now?
She smiles at you and she puts her hand on your shoulder. She goes, "You're sweet, but you're searching for things that will lead you to nowhere but pain. I would strongly recommend not letting your curiosity get the best of you on this. That whole incident is a scar on Cyril, and it's a scar that will likely never heal. But a lot of people were lost during the events of this.
This is for my own sake. Okay. Kay heaves a heavy sigh and looks at Dr. R with, like, just broken spirit, and she shakes her head. I'll be honest with you, Dr. R. One of my best friend who's aberrant was recently attacked by an individual who was sick, and they threw their blood on him. I'm just trying to figure out how to save my best friend.
You just gonna keep being a dickhead? Is that what you're gonna do? There you go. Did it actually take the time? Okay. Third fucking time rolling that. She walks close to you and she like gives you a hug. And while she's like in mid embrace with you, she goes, "You definitely should not investigate the woods to the north of the city. And then
Thank you.
she kind of like pulls away and she grabs your hands. She's like, if you still have questions, come and talk to me tomorrow. Otherwise, keep yourself safe. And then she lets go of you, and then she just turns around and just starts walking back towards town.
All right. Kay's just gonna go to head out of town and go meet up with Gio and Tal and hope for the best.
Okay. What did Willow sneak off to do?
She was trying to get the bloody nose guy's attention.
Okay. So you see Kay walk in the building and the door closes behind her. And the kid's like sort of walking out and he's got a rag over his face. You just see it just covered with blood. What are you doing to try to get his attention?
She's just like at the corner of this building. She's like, "Psst. Hey," and gestures him over.
He like turns and he looks at you. He goes, "You one of those aberrant things?"
What? No.
What do you want?
I'm asking about the aberrant things. I had a friend that left Vegas, came over here, and I was supposed to meet up with him, and I haven't seen any aberrant. Where the hell are they all at?
I mean, most of them are dead, man.
Doctor lady said that there were still some in the city.
That's what they say. And officially, I think there are. You just don't see them.
You live here, right?
Yeah.
You don't see them?
No, I don't go looking for them, though. They almost killed half the town here. My mom told me that if I see an aberrant, that I should turn around and just walk the other way.
It's hard to walk away when you're not looking for them, though.
Well, I mean, they stand out. He like nods towards your hair.
Yeah, I guess. What happened to your face?
Man, this old lady did something to my skateboard. And then we were gonna do like a game of peg, basically to see if she could match my skills. And whatever she did to my skateboard made it break. And I busted my face on the ground. And then he pulls the rag away from his face for the first time since this conversation, and you can just see the from the tip of the nose down the chin is just all raw skin where it's scraped across the ground.
Oh, what a bitch.
Fucking every time these people come from out of town, all this shit happens.
She digs into her pocket and hands over the $4. I don't got much, but get yourself a new skateboard or some shit.
Give me a persuasion roll. Yeah, he takes the money and he's like, "Why are you doing this?" Why are
She
you being nice?
grabs at the head of her guitar. If you have fun doing something, don't stop just because this world is shit. Because people are shit.
When you say people are shit, he shoots a glance at the door. So, you're new here?
She just nods and starts eating her fries.
You gonna be going to school here?
Nah, I teach myself.
What? How do you
And-
how do you teach yourself what you don't know to teach?
My brother, he teaches me. So I'm homeschooled.
So lucky. School's such a drag.
You guys have service out here?
Service? Like church?
No, like cell phone shit.
Cell phone, man. There's been cell phone service since all this happened.
And she like digs into her pocket and pulls it out and turns it on.
His eyes just light up. Like, bro!
Travel, I don't know how many miles, and there's nothing still.
Like, man, I haven't even seen a working cell phone in like over a year. How are you charging it?
And she like points to her eyes and they like light up a little bit.
He gets this look on his face like he just saw something he wasn't supposed to. He's like, ooh.
And she like puts a finger up to her mouth.
Like we have electricity here, but like it fluctuates so much that half the time many of the small electronic devices we plug in get blown up.
Yeah, I was traveling over the mountains and I seen the lights come on in the middle of the night, so I started heading this way.
Yeah, we had power before that, but it was on a lower scale. The old city hall building that they converted over into the church, they have a generator out back. It's one of those big ones. It's like a truck engine inside of it. It's loud as all hell. And we were using that for doing basic power, but it just was too inconsistent to keep everything going. So after a while, everybody's phones either got destroyed from the power fluxes or just went dead and they forgot about them. Seems how you can't do anything but, play games on them.
Mine still got music, so I'm keeping it on.
Can I listen to some with you?
She like sits down with her back against this building, puts one earphone in one side and hands him the other, like gestures towards him.
Yeah. Goes, sits down next to you. And by the time like 10, 15 seconds into the first song, from your peripheral on the other side of the building, you see the door open and Kae and the doctor walk out and start walking towards the town.
Gonna wait for like the entire song to finish, then run after her.
And he doesn't even notice it. Like, he puts the headphones in and you see him like close his eyes and he's just sort of swaying with the music. And then when you like tell him you gotta go, he's like, come on, just one more song.
Tell you what, figure out what you know about any aberrant or shit still in town, and next time I come into the city, if you see me walking around with my hair, should be pretty easy to notice. I'll let you listen to the album.
When are you gonna be back?
Maybe tomorrow. I'm not supposed to be gone for long periods of time, otherwise I gotta get pricked in the finger again.
It's like, yeah, I haven't left the city since all this went down.
And she stands up and puts her phone in her pocket and rolls up her earphones. Deal?
He gets up and dusts himself off. He's like, yeah. What's your name, by the way?
Wisp.
Wisp?
Mm-hmm.
You sure you're not an aberrant?
It's what my brother called me.
Oh, my name's
Calls
Chet.
me. No, go wash yourself off.
It's all right, Wisp. I'll catch you around.
Yeah. Great meeting you. And she takes off running.
By the time you get back to where Kay is, you see the doctor like holding her hand, sort of embracing her for a second, and then walks away without her.
Kay's turning around and she's like beginning to start heading back out. Oh, hey, perfect timing.
The kid with the busted face. He's
Yeah.
gonna be doing some digging for us.
Oh, that's great. So Kay's like talking and walking. So what I got from Dr. R is that one aberrant that did survive, they lost their connection to the essence, and where they couldn't exactly, I wasn't exactly being able, it seemed like she was able to tell me where they are. When she hugged me, she whispered, "You definitely shouldn't check out near the North Woods." So
Oh, we have something.
yeah, we have something. So maybe we'll be able to talk with them and hope for the best. And I guess I know the disease's progression now, and I can pass that on to Tal and Gio.
Alright, let's go before the food gets cold.
Absolutely.
All
And
right.
so we go to meet up with the guys.
So Gio and Tal,
They've been playing patty cake all day.
let's see. Kae and Willow have been gone for probably 3 to 5 hours now, I'm guessing. Depending on how long everything took. What have you two been doing during this time?
And more important question, has Tal gotten frustrated enough to kill Gio yet? 3 hours of no one but Gio.
Pretty much as soon as they were out of eyesight, he goes and tries to scoop up X into his hands, and then he's gonna walk off. And he says, "I'll be back. Stay here."
But we, how, where are you go? If they get back before you, but if they, yeah, I'll stay
He
here in
keeps
case they get
walking.
back. But if they get back before you, what do I tell that? Like, where are you gonna just be going that way? Like, can I just lead them straight that way? Or are you what?
He just walks off into the trees somewhere.
You just hear,
Um,
Tal? Tal?
Dad?
So, no, like, burns or anything when you reach and grab this, but you get like a warmness type feeling, and the closest thing you can kind of relate it to is when he hugged you in the bathroom at the park.
So when he is confident he's far enough away from Gio.
When the voice is so far away you can't hear it anymore?
Uh-huh.
No, he gave out after he walked away. That sigh was him just kind of giving up.
He sits the flame down. Oh, and then I guess Ava would have followed. So he sits it down, and then he sits down and crosses his legs in front of him, and he's like looking at the flame for a little bit, like he's studying it, and he kind of like looks back in the direction where he, left Gio. He's like, "Hi, Mr. X." um, I guess as you can see, some things have changed. Um, yeah, I get like, no, it's kind of turned white now, and got like these, the essence is like breaking out through my flesh, and I don't know what's gonna happen now. I was wanting to talk to you about it, but you weren't here. Sorry about that again. I really wanted to help you and Mr. Felix, but well, you were there. Great job though. You killed like a lot of people. I saw the bodies. Like, whoa, that was. I just heard screaming and then less screaming, and then I haven't quite figured out how to use the sword like you do yet. I've been trying to practice, but then like Kay would start waking up, and then I'd put away and then act like I wasn't doing anything. She might have caught me a few times. I'm not sure. But it's been difficult, really difficult. Uh, they teach us something I didn't get a chance to tell you all because there was always something going on. But they teach us in my school that like during our training they would pace us with learning or how to control essence. To like not try and go too far too fast, because though some of us could get a real good grasp of our powers and everything, our bodies might not be physically ready for it yet. So hence the color change in the hair and the cracks in the skin. Essentially the essence is overwhelming me, because I didn't hold back, because we, all the stuff we got into, and you guys needed my help, so I just kept not holding back, and well, essentially never got a chance to tell you all, but I was dying anyway. I mean, at least that's a theory, because it's happened before, and that's where some people just think that you just kind of at some point either just kind of die or some explode. My personal belief is that some people transcend into becoming one with the essence. That was kind of my religion, I guess. I didn't share with the rest of the aberrant back at the camp. They believed in others. I didn't get into it, but I was Ava recognized it, and that was kind of why I was leaving, because I didn't want the people there to see it. I was already dealing with you and Mr. Felix not being around and not knowing what to do. So I left to start traveling in hopes to either discover that I was right or I was going to die. Either way, I couldn't do that back there. But yeah, I'm sorry. Not sure exactly why you wanted Willow to find me, because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm ever since what happened at Rushkoff's, I'm just I'm not the person you remember. I'm just always so angry, so afraid, um, so lost, and I always want to. Oh, sometimes I wake up and I want to be able to ask you or Mr. Felix, what should I do? And you're not there. Um, but then when I was leaving, Kay found me, and that look in her eyes, I couldn't couldn't say no, but she didn't know I was coming out to die. But I felt like I owed Mr. Felix, if this is what she wanted. Um, she survived my training. I mean, that's a plus, right? She did a lot better than you all did in the desert. No offense. I mean, you found your own way. You did great, obviously. But yeah, I trained her in the old style, and there was a few close calls, but she kept getting up somehow. But she's ready now. She doesn't need me. And in fact, when you and Willow found me, I was trying to leave because she's grown attached, and I'm sick now, and I don't want to spread it to her. And there's just so much I've wanted to say, but we didn't get a chance to. And now you're here, but you can't really talk back. And wanted to like compare notes and how essence works, and and theories and stuff that I know you were on the level to understand, but I don't know. I mean, if you brought, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place because there's just so many thoughts, so many emotions right now. I don't know what you wanted me to do with her, but I don't know if I'm going to beat this. I feel terrible. I just always feel like I have to put on a brave face. So I'm going to try and beat this thing. I don't know if it's in my hands. But I will do what I can for Willow, for you, with what time I have left. And try not to get her sick. But I don't even know if you. I don't know. Just don't tell her about this conversation. I just wanted. When she was telling me that this is you now, I just so much I wasn't wanting to say, and I'm just really sorry that you don't have your body anymore. I know what you would say. You say it was not my fault and all this stuff, but it's, I don't know. They've always taught us to not be completely dependent on our essence, and here I am completely dependent on my essence. So when that wasn't an option, I couldn't do anything. And now you're partially gone, and Felix is all the way gone this time, and I keep hoping that maybe he'll show up naked with more eggs in him or something, but he hasn't shown up yet, so I don't know. So yeah. Oh, and this is Ava Bear. Yeah. She's big and she looks out for me. So I mean, I just Ava, you know, that's what came to my head. So yeah, I miss her too. Okay. I guess since you're probably tired of me talking. I know you're probably talking about as much as you would be if you were here too. I'm going to go back and you know. Okay, had to get that out. Okay. Brave face. Okay, I'm gonna go and I guess I'm doing to you what Gio does to all of us right now, and I'm sorry. I didn't. So, you'll see when we go back. Oh God, that guy. All right, let's go. And then he picks up little X, and then he starts walking back to meet up with Gio.
Just so the players know, Van Priest has poised a random adventure card. So if any of the four of you would like to use this random adventure card at any time, you can. You don't get to know what it is until you decide to use it. And when it's used, you have to use the effect of it.
Dark bargain.
Oh, okay.
Darker bargain.
Yes.
So y'all just let me know.
Bargain.
All right. Gio, Tal walks off.
Gio doesn't do much while he's gone, but by the time he gets back, Gio has found a dirt spot, like not grass, like some actual dirt, and he is sitting against a tree with his legs splayed, like out at kind of a V shape, and he has a stick, and he's just kind of drawing in the dirt with the stick. Geo board.
Well, see, you've been productive.
Oh, you're back. You got back before them. Excellent. Geo kind of almost trips over himself getting up and dusts the dirt off. Like,
Oh no, don't let me interrupt. It looks important.
he tosses the stick out into the woods. Just keeping myself busy. I used to do this as a kid. The coach would get after me for it because I'd not be paying attention. That was just when I was like really, really young though, because that was like when my dad made me do sports and stuff. Because like he made me do like all of the sports. Baseball was the worst one though, because that was the most boring. You just sit there in the outfield forever, and by the time something actually happened, you'd be too distracted by whatever you're doing to keep yourself busy, and you just wouldn't notice it go over your. Yeah, no.
Did you
If I had to
say
pick one, I think soccer would be best.
baseball is boring?
Yeah,
No,
It's like
no.
the
See,
most boring sport.
Nope. Then you're clearly been doing it wrong. Here, he like looks around and he like finds a baseball-sized rock. It's like, no, we're about to practice right now.
Oh no, practice is fine. Like hitting the ball is fun. Yeah, I like hitting things, but in baseball, when the other team has to hit and you're like in the outfield and they're like not really good because you're an elementary school student, you're just gonna stand there for like hours and do nothing until they get 3 outs, and then you wait in line for your turn to hit the ball, and like 10 people get to hit the ball before you, and then you miss the ball anyway, so you don't even get to go very far. It's a very boring sport. And also, I don't want you to throw a rock at me.
Tal throws a rock at you.
She was dodging. She's like, "What? No, don't throw rock." Okay, that's a lot
See?
harder than a baseball, and I don't have a bat.
If you
I
can
don't-
catch a rock, you can catch a baseball.
I don't need to catch a baseball. I don't.
He's looking for another rock.
No, Tal, no.
No, you just have to. Here, this is what someone showed me. You take this form, you line up where you want to throw.
Okay, not at me though. Like that tree. That tree is fine.
He throws it at Gio. Now you're supposed to catch it.
He hits the tree you're pointing at.
Exactly, that's better. The tree, not the Geo.
You're supposed to move to where it's going so that you can catch it, so the person is out.
Yeah, I don't have a catcher's mitt, and that rock looks like it might like rip
I
open
was
my
taught
hand.
without a mitt. You'll be fine looking for another rock.
Were you taught with rocks, with stones that will like rip my hand up if they have a sharp edge when I catch them? I don't need. I know how to baseball. I know it's boring because I did baseball. Well, more soft.
Throws a rock.
I like that he keeps getting twos.
So consistent. For the sake of just repetition, he's hitting the same tree in the same spot every time, but he's trying to hit Gio.
But Gio doesn't know this. See, you still haven't moved to where it's hitting.
I'm not going to. You're throwing rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff, I'm gonna need you to pet Mars for me real quick. You go, girl.
Where's my D'Artagnan?
Thank you.
Tal's going to consistently start he's just continuing this baseball lesson, regardless of Gio's objections and consistent talking. Because unless there's something else you want to do, Heathcliff, that is how I figured they're going to spend their time.
It's pretty much him trying to convince you not to throw rocks at him, as he, watches like well, less convince you not to throw rocks because now he's convinced you're throwing at the tree. But just saying I'm not moving.
The seventh one he throws at you. It actually, you see it coming towards you. So you can either try to athletics to grab or agility to dodge.
He's gonna agility to dodge because he doesn't want to try to catch a rock. Those things, like he hasn't seen these rocks. He doesn't know how smooth these rocks are, or if they're just
You fail your dodge, you might see one.
I'm so disappointed he passed.
He literally has the dodge.
It's a couple more that
It's been great if Tal just knocked him off the top of the head.
Oh, actually, it wouldn't be the seventh one, Cliff, because it takes a 7. It takes a 7 to hit me with ranged.
Well, there's one that's a 13. So
Yeah, that the 13 would be the only one that would hit me. Well, the
All right.
7 would too.
So okay. So if you want to play that way, then the first one he throws that hits you is the 13, and you rolled a 10, so he hits you.
Okay.
It took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 attempts of
that
pelting
tree is
this tree
fucked
repeatedly. But this one finally, and you go to dodge, but it connects with you.
That's fine.
I will roll a d6. 1 is head. 2 is left arm, left leg, right leg.
Wait.
Don't
Okay.
forget the nuts.
If it's a 6, it's a nuts. Or I'll do 6 is a headshot, 1 is a nut shot. And it's just gonna roll off the damn board. Alright, so
Benny.
so it hits you in your right shoulder as you're trying to dodge it.
So actually I am Geo, like at the last second as he notices it's not going to hit him, that it's actually going to hit him, he pulls out one of his little nunchaku that he has that he's never actually had to use, but he's got the ones that like screw together to keep them from being apart, and just deflects it, not intending to send it back at Tal, but sending it directly back at Tal. So he hits the baseball.
Yes.
What's the roll for improvised attack? The damage roll for it?
Damage roll, it's based on size. It's like I think a rock would be a D4 plus strength.
All right, roll it.
Oh, 2D4? Okay. Eight. That ain't gonna touch Tal.
It's just damage.
Oh.
Because it says attack hits. So, Tal, you throw the rock at him, and you see him quickly like reach back, pull out the nunchaku, and fucking hit it, and it comes flying right back at you. And you just didn't expect it to happen, so it hits you. You can either take the one wound, or you can attempt to soak.
I didn't realize Tal's toughness was so low.
Yeah,
I had an inflated opinion of him. I'm like, oh, only an 8. That's just gonna shake him.
Close range. He can evade pretty well. Yeah, I guess we'll attempt to soak.
Sure. Just drag that Benny over the.
Oops. I double clicked.
I mean, as long as you don't crit fail with the unarmored
roll
hero
a figure.
roll.
Do you want to Benny that, or you want to keep that wound?
Why is he got -3? I'm sorry, I wounded Tal.
We'll try one more time.
Sure.
Where am I? Oh shit! Why did it? Okay. Never mind.
There we go.
A 6 is enough to soak. So, yeah. So he pulls an nunchaku out, hits it. It bounces back, and it hits you in the right shoulder. Like just all in a matter of seconds. You throw it, and he's like.
I told you I like the hitting part. I just can you stop throwing them at me now? He's keeping the
Sure. I'll stop throwing when you actually catch one. That was not a catch.
He puts away. He's like, okay, let me pick out the rock then. Of all the rocks that are laying around from Tal throwing, Gio's
like
gonna find the ones that look like they don't have as many sharp edges. Like okay,
A small pile at the base of the tree, all in one. Megan, think warm thoughts.
Think warm thoughts.
Actually, here, wait. You don't have to throw a rock at me. Gio takes one of the 3 bars of soap out of his backpack and hands. It's like, here, it's not wet, so it's not slippery. Just throw this dry bar of soap at me. That'll work better as a baseball.
I mean, you probably could have did that like 40 rocks ago, but okay. And he goes back into position.
All right, now I'm not dodging and whatnot, so just gonna attempt to catch it, like even if I have to dive for it. So I'm gonna roll athletics to dive for it.
Yeah, for funsies, roll an athletics with a -3 to make up for his 1.
Tal's very good at baseball.
Exactly.
Hey, it's going for that same spot on the tree again. You dive in front of the bar.
Grab it, put it back in my backpack. I'm like, okay, I caught it now. That being said, he's done like 14 throws and he had to find all those throws. How far are we into the 3 hours at this point with his conversation and all that?
Maybe an hour.
Okay, I caught it. You're a lot more persistent than I remember.
Isn't this fun?
Yeah. It's very fun. I was very wrong about baseball.
See, I knew it. Now, let's work on hitting.
We already did hitting. We did that before catching.
That wasn't a proper bat. That was a wood thing with a chain. I don't know what that.
No,
hell that was.
well, no, it's he has the nunchaku that are like they screw together, so it's like you can't see the chain until you unscrew them and pull them apart. So it literally was just like a metal stick that's as long as two nunchaku.
Oh, good. All right. Well, we're gonna practice hitting and catching, and yeah, back and forth. Here we go. He's got his blast staff, and
Okay, well, I don't want to damage my. I'm gonna just find a stick that'll work. Let me find a stick to use for a bat.
Go find that stick that you threw in the woods that you were drawing with.
Yeah. Maybe something a little thicker than that, but you're gonna find a stick to use.
I would say, like, as this is happening, like, you seeing, like, it seems like this is causing Tal to be reflecting on something, and he's showing more emotion, like almost happy, I dare say, as he's doing this. And then all at once, at one point, when you like realizing like this is having some sort of like positive impact on him, like you see him just like breathing hard, and then like he is like sits down and he's like, I think that's enough for today.
Okay. It's actually, this was a lot more fun than I thought. So let me know if you want to do it. We should find actual baseballs if we ever do this again, though.
Well,
Yeah.
next time we're allowed in a town, maybe we'll stop in their store and see what they have. And
All right.
he like gets up like very slowly, and then he just kind of like walks over to where Ava's laying, and then just kind of lays up against her, and he's just kind of breathing more heavily than he should be for with the little bit of activity that was.
Gio's like, hey, you good, man? I mean, I'd offer to kind of ease your stuff, but we're not supposed to do that fiddly.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
And he just kind of like lays his head back on her, and then he's just kind of like closes his eyes. Like his chest is still kind of like heaving up and down, but he's seemingly calm otherwise. And maybe I would say he's probably like sweating as if he just ran a mile and he hasn't.
I was waiting for you to say you pulled a Kanye, like he was all happy and stuff, and then when Gio noticed, he's like, okay, so Tal's gonna lay down. Gio, what do you do for the remainder of the time?
Keep watch, I guess. That's, lean against a tree, kind of try to rest a little bit, but keeping an eye out so that nothing comes, nothing sneaks up on us.
Sure. Give me a notice roll. Please. Okay. Both of you, please go ahead and give me a vigor roll.
Oh, I should have saved some bennies.
You're good. All right.
I'm guessing that's just a part of whatever the contagium thing is where I'm getting such harsh minuses to athletics?
You have
I see the fatigue.
yeah. Well, you have a hard -2 to vigor right now.
Yeah, if you look at the contagion, 10 days says -2 after it. So the contagion is giving you -2, and fatigue is giving you -1.
Gotcha.
So, Gio, you're like keeping watch, and you're kind of just chilling out there, and once Tal ends up falling asleep, there's no one there for you to talk to, nothing really for you to do. You start like dozing a little bit, and then the next thing you know, you open your eyes and you see Kae and Willow are like basically there, like they're approaching, but you totally didn't see them walking up or anything. You don't know how long you nodded out for.
He's gonna push himself off from the tree and be like, "You're back!" Oh, and then like, "Oh, shh, Tal's sleeping."
We gotta wait for Megan to get back from the fire that she's standing next to. For my knowledge with this one, Sin. So when you and Kae walked back, you guys just walked straight here, right?
Yeah, we weren't bringing any pit stops or anything. We had to make sure the food was still warm by the time we got back.
Okay. I mean, it's a half-day walk. It's not gonna be still warm. Oh wait, no, you guys are right by the. Never mind. No, you guys are right by there. Yeah. So.
Like a quarter mile out.
Yeah. It might still. It'll be like lukewarm.
Yeah. At least it's not cold.
It's not cold.
Or like stale. Hard buns.
Hey. That's Kae.
You got some buns of steel.
All right, so Gio, you're nodding off. You open your eyes. You see Kae and Willow like there. Like you missed the entire approach of them coming and everything, but they're there now. You jump up and you're like, "Oh, you're back!" And then you Tal's sleeping.
Yeah. He's like, "Oh, you're back. Oh, shh, Tal. Yeah, you're back. Tal's sleeping." You guys find like the aberrant?
No, they're not in town anymore, but we do know where to find them, maybe? And Kae then extends a bag to Gio that is smelling quite of the French fry burgers.
He like opens the bag, like his eyes get a little wide. He's like, he reaches in, takes out a burger. He's like, "I assume the other for Tal?"
Yes. Honestly, if you just like wave it in front of his face, he'll probably get out.
That was totally the plan. It's like, Gio's walking over, and as he's taking his burger and fry out, and he just holds the bag under Tal's nose and waves it a few times.
Tal's like,
like all in one motion, raises up, grabs the bag.
McDonald's?
Kae got us Five Guys.
Why did she bring back Five Guys?
I mean,
It's the name of a burger joint. It's like a knockoff McDonald's.
Gio gives you a weird look at that. Gio's like,
and she
you
just
say what?
She just kind of smiles and shakes her head and goes, "He loves McDonald's."
Doesn't everybody? Like eating.
I mean, I mean, their breakfast is all right, but I mean, their burgers are nothing special.
You're just saying all the wrong things now. Baseball's boring. McDonald's is not good.
I mean, sorry, Tal. It's. I'm just more of a breakfast man. I'm not a burgers man in general. He says as he takes a huge bite of the burger.
Willow's gonna go sit right in front of the blue flame and
Oh, we have Benny's.
just like nodding and just looking at it as she eats.
Bennies.
Then she like puts her food down, throws her duffel bag down, goes through it, and she's like, "Dow." She holds up a notebook.
What is that?
Starts flipping through the pages. X said to show you this.
She stands up and walks over. And he takes it and starts flipping through the pages. This is his notebook.
There's near the back of the notebook. There's entire pages like Earth essence. Then there's runes and descriptions on all of that. And for each element is usually like 1 or 2 pages. Then there's a large break before it keeps going into more elements. And the title of the large break is Tal's Dark Matter. But this entire section is just empty.
Yeah, he stops on that page and then he like, without saying anything else, he turns and starts walking back over to Ava, sits down, puts the notebook down there, rummages through his bag to find his pen, and he starts just writing. And he is, unless someone says something to him, like he's just writing and saying nothing.
Just ate his burger and just got writing.
Mm-hmm.
He said with the sickness and all that going around, it's not safe, but he wants to talk soon.
Yeah, I would like that. Continues writing.
She's just gonna sit back and eat her food.
So, we do have a progression of disease that we know now. And we know in general where this aberrant who survived is. It would appear that the progression of the illness, if one were to survive, is approximately 2 weeks. That it starts with feeling extremely fatigued, and then eventually it feels like your blood is boiling from within. And then it just stops. You're no longer fatigued, and the pain is no longer there, but neither is your connection to the essence.
Yeah, it's fate worse than death.
I'm hoping if we are able to find this aberrant who went through this in the woods just north of the city, perhaps he can tell us how he was able to stop it. Maybe if you're able to stop the progression before it gets to that point, you don't lose the essence.
They say that this person lost their connection as well.
Yes, but I was hoping if they were able to tell you how to solve the issue faster, then maybe it wouldn't cause a disconnect.
Sounds more like they didn't solve it so much as survive it. And if they were cut off from the essence, and this was a full-grown adult when it happened, we're probably going to either find them hanging by their own neck or insane. But sure, if you feel like this is something that you think is going to give answers, just follow you.
I'm not going to give up on you so easily, Tal. You know that. So I suppose once we're all finished our food, we can head to the north end.
He takes another bite of his burger, puts it back down, and just keeps writing.
Gio's just thoroughly enjoying his burger. He's like silent for once because he's stuffing his face.
He's just like, oh, they seasoned it perfectly.
He's looking around once he finishes, which is probably before Tal, with Tal being distracted with the notebook, is he's looking around like, okay. Did they give you napkins?
No.
Gio just kind of pushes his hands into the dirt he was playing with earlier, and then just kind of uses the dirt to get the grease off.
Don't you have bars of soap? And a canteen?
I also have hand sanitizer, but like, but like, he's like, I'm just getting most of the grease off first, and then he actually pulls out his hand sanitizer and does a squirt and gets the dirt off with the hand sanitizer. I totally remembered I had hand sanitizer before you said it. That's definitely a thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with them being so paranoid about illness, we could probably trade that hand sanitizer for like 20 burgers.
Oh my god. You know what? Who knows?
Did they...
They actually use money there.
wait, they use cash?
Yep.
Mhm.
I have cash.
Good old US dollars. What?
It's actually on Gio's character sheet. He actually has cash.
Well,
He had
good
money
for
left
you.
over from character creation, and I just left it in dollar form. Gio pulls out his wallet and pulls out a 20, a 5, and 3 ones. He's like, just displays it out. Yeah, I got $28.
Well, it is $8 per burger.
Oh, here
Burger
he
fried
takes
meal.
he takes the 5 and $3. He's like, here, that's
No, you're
for
fine.
my burger. Okay, well I'll pay next time then. Well, they won't let me in the town, but I'll give you the money to go get us burgers next time.
Willow like extends a hand. I'll remember to get you some. It was my idea in the first place.
Oh sure, he hands you the $8. Keeps the 20 for now. He's like, all right, Will's got my $8 for next time we get burgers.
You got it, friend.
Willow just pockets it. He's eating.
All right, and I ain't gonna let Vamprise's card go to waste. If no one else is gonna play it, let's play it before the end of the night. See what happens.
All right.
Oh my god.
If they went to the trouble of paying for a card, and they gave us all bennies.
Out of the frying pan, come on.
Oh,
Oh wow.
Well,
All right, Gio.
What
I
do you
have
cast?
to use it right away. So let me look at the list of powers and decide what I want to use when I can use any power.
Yes, whatever power is food orgasm, that's the power.
Oh my god.
That's like worse than out of the frying pan with the current situation.
Yeah, that's just like
Mhm.
out of the
Power
frying pan
summary.
into the frying pan. We're not even out. They just added more hot.
Needs hot sauce.
It's not out of the frying pan. It's just increased the heat. The grease is now boiling.
Oh, don't they have that? No, that's not one in here. Okay. I'm so used to the Pathfinder, I've forgotten half the. Yeah, that one's funny. Let's do that. He does, he just accidentally, well, one second. I needed to fit his, that wouldn't fit his chronomancy very much.
Divination.
Divination.
Oh god, these burgers.
Sure,
and small answers. Oh god, yes.
Which one?
Well, no, we were also talking about the aberrant over there. So yeah, I could see divination being like, divination, where is this aberrant that we need to find? I don't even know how divination works. I've never taken it as an edge.
That one in play in this campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Divination allows the caster to contact otherworldly beings and forces to gain information.
The otherworldly beings are sitting right next to us.
So yeah, Gio's just gonna be like, yeah, divination. It's like, well, honestly, Gio's still not convinced that he's even sick because he's yet to have any symptoms. He got the blood on him, but
You had your sweaty, restless sleep.
that's not necessarily a symptom.
That may be normal for Gio.
That's like stress. That's not a symptom. That's his stress response to thinking he's sick is getting sick. Yeah, so let's do divination. Gio's gonna let me just kind of phrase this in character a bit. No, it's not even on purpose. Gio's just like, well, if we could ask someone, it'd be great. Like, he's referring to the fact that we're gonna go and talk to this aberrant. It's like, so hopefully this guy's still sane, because if we could ask someone and get some actual answers for once instead of just directed to the next dead end, that'd be great. And then his essence is just gonna flash as he accidentally contacts some sort of otherworldly being.
Yeah. So, Kae, Tal, Willow, give me a notice roll. Gio, give me a vigor roll, please.
Oh, nope.
Focused on your fries.
All right. So Tal and Kae, you both notice that as Gio is like scarfing down this burger and talking out loud about this, you notice that there's like that pulse of energy that sort of erupts off of him for a moment, and like as he's talking and moving, you're seeing like that trailing effect behind his movements, like he's activating an essence ability, only you didn't see him activate anything, it just happened. And as you notice this, who both of you rolled 5s, okay. As you notice this, you see it for a brief second, and there's just like this ripple that sort of shoots out for a moment, and then it's just gone. And like as you're sitting there watching him eating and looking at what's going on here, you don't see anything happen. You just notice that weird essence flare for just a moment.
Just kind of like exchanges a glance. Looks back at Gio. Are you okay?
Did I notice the essence flare?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm good. It's a good burger.
You had the ripples for a second.
He looks at his hands. I didn't cast anything. I mean, it's a good burger, but it's not that good. Like, it probably was that good if you got it like fresh and warm. I'm kind of impressed that it's even lukewarm, but.
And as you're saying this, and you're looking over at Tal, Gio, and Kae, you notice that they're not moving right now. They're completely still.
Oh, okay. So Kae didn't ask me that question?
No,
or?
she asked. But as you're responding, you're looking, and they're just completely still.
Are you okay? Why are you? I mean, you're usually not as movement as me, but you're not, this still.
No response.
He gets up and hello. Wait, I shouldn't touch Kae. He goes over to Tal and kind of pokes at Tal. You all right, bud?
And no movement, no reaction, no nothing. And as you're like standing next to him, you see off in the distance, about 50 or so feet away, you see a robed figure that's standing there. And they have the hood pulled all the way up. They're completely gray in color. And you notice that as you're like looking towards them, there's sort of a shimmer to how like their movement is. And you can see the trees and foliage through them.
Hello? Are you doing this, or am I awake?
You say that? Are you doing this? And you kind of look down for a second to say, "Am I awake?" And as you look back up, they're gone. And then all of a sudden, from your peripheral, you see that it's standing right next to you.
Holy! I thought we were done with this jump scare bullshit. Hi. I'm Gio.
And you hear it speaking to you, and as it does, there's this sort of ethereal, like, echo, there's leading up to every word they're saying. You're hearing it sort of like, Gio, 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 Gio. Listen. And you listen as this being is telling you, this area is rife with corrupt essence. Essence that was devoured doesn't go away. It becomes a negative energy. You have been marked for the devourer to come.
Can I wash it off?
And it pulls back its hood, and as it does, you see an X on its forehead that is like glowing bright white. And it gestures its arm down to Tal, and as you look down on Tal, he has a X on his forehead that is bright white.
That's the mark then? And
It turns around and it sort of gestures like this, and you see behind you is an entire congregation of these figures standing there, all wearing different garb that are very similar towards like the aberrant robes and things that you've seen in First Light. All of them standing there with the X's on their forehead. And they pull their hood back up and they say, "The Devourer comes," and points off in the distance. And as you turn and look at their gaze, you see this beast-like creature running on all fours at you. And as it lunges at you and you recoil in fear, you open your eyes, and Kae's still sitting there looking at you, awaiting the response to her asking if you're okay.
Gio, who was leaning against a tree, like sitting down as he ate his burger, kind of like slides to the right off the tree and into the dirt next to it, and like pushes himself back, like, mother.
I'm gonna take that as a no.
What is
Was
your
there a
deal
little
now?
TLC in this burger? And I'm not talking 10 or 11 care. Like,
No.
you give me acid burgers?
No.
Okay. I just like,
Acid
I saw some
burgers.
shit. Dude, like, you all froze and I saw shit. And it was like,
Your essence did go off. What happened?
I think I talked to a ghost. There was like a bunch of aberrant with like white X's on their head, and they said it was the mark for the Devourer to come eat them, and there was a white X on Tal's head too. So I think they're like all the aberrant that got killed by the sickness thing, and they said that there was like corrupt essence. This area has a bunch of corrupt essence, and that essence that gets devoured doesn't go away, it just becomes negative essence, and that me and Tal are marked for the Devourer, and the Devourer's coming for us, and then this beast like came and jumped at me, and I woke up, or stopped tripping, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Talos like flips to a blank page, and then he goes from like looking at Gio like he's nuts to like frowning up, then looking like there's something to what he's saying, and he just starts writing, something else. Negative essence is what you said.
Yeah, apparently essence that is devoured becomes negative essence, and that's like, I don't know if negative essence and corrupt essence are the same thing. They said this area was rife with corrupt essence.
What of the Devourer?
We're
Is it a
marked.
creature?
I mean, I don't know. It looked like a creature, but I don't know if that was like when Indians go on their trippy dream walks, there's all this representation like stuff when you look in movies and whatnot. So I don't know if it literally is a creature, or if that was just like a
Hallucination
metaphor?
representation.
What are
Yeah.
Indians?
Don't worry about it, Sam.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw a creature. They called it the Devourer. I don't know if that was like a metaphor or something, but I mean, I hope it's a creature. We can fight a creature.
Tal, give me a common knowledge roll.
Well, let me see if I can hit that. I can't.
Well, shit. Now I can't give you what I was going to give you even. So you don't know anything about corrupt essence or the Devourer. What I will say though is, based on his description of the person in the gray robe, you have heard stories of what they call the Greys, Grey, the Greys, that are basically ancestral spirits. Typically, they only talk to like chiefs of tribes. You usually have to be someone of importance for these beings to talk to you. And the thing that would make Tal even more fucking perplexed is why the fuck are they talking to Gio?
Yeah. And you say that this was brought on by acid in your food. Is that a common ingredient?
No, acid's a type of drug. It felt like a trip. Like, I don't know if you have like drugs on your side, but like when you get really high, you see stuff. And the world froze, and I was suddenly talking to aberrants in gray robes while all you guys didn't move. That felt very hallucinogenic
Okay, where
to
can
me.
we get some of this acid? I need to go on a trip like he did.
I mean, I think peyote would be more appropriate for that
No.
type of thing. But no, that's not.
Fine.
There isn't acid in his burger. He was just concerned that he was having hallucinations brought on by a drug as opposed to brought on by the essence bringing these beings to him. It kind of reminds me of when during the essence storm we were in that other plane and I pushed myself into intangibility. I don't really remember much what they looked like, but there were people there. And they all just stopped and they stared at me while I was incorporeal or intangible or the wind.
Do your intangibility thing right now. Tell me if you see anything.
Sure thing. Cliff, I'd sent you a thing earlier about how I can't manually adjust my PowerPoints for some reason. Can you
I
do
didn't
it?
see that. I'm sorry.
I whispered to you at like the beginning of the session, my dude.
Damn it, Cliff.
I'm sorry. How many PowerPoints are you supposed to have right now?
Well, I mean, I don't know if walking around and doing stuff helped me gain any more, but if it didn't, then we're at 11.
Then you're at 11. You definitely don't gain any by doing the do.
I don't understand why not. That is certainly a
'Cause
restful and pleasant time.
You're not relaxing.
Well, I would argue that with their role that they probably were just laid back.
That's fair. Go ahead and add more points. No. Like,
Anyways,
he wasn't relaxing, but all right. So do you stand up? Do you do it while sitting? Like, what are you doing?
I mean, just exactly where she is. She just like she blinks and her eyes just do the slight glow of yellow that they do when she's letting out a large amount of essence, and the sand around her just kind of swirls up and around her until she becomes like a mini tornado of a sandstorm where she was sitting.
Okay. Yeah, so you see the dirt and rocks that start to kick up and wrap around her, and then for a brief second, like, you see through her, she's like translucent. And then Kae, as you notice the world around you shifts, that's where we'll end it at for the night. And we'll find out next week what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Today's session was good. Today's session was real good. I was a little worried with how top heavy it became with Megan and Willow that we weren't going to get to everybody again, and I was like, God damn it, not again. But this turned out really well. Everybody got a little character development. Gio ruined the character development he had, but he got a little character development.
Hey, look, I'm just setting up my relationship with Tal. I say things that are wrong and he corrects me. You know, I told him baseball was stupid, he showed me otherwise. I've now insulted McDonald's. He now needs to restart society so he can take me to McDonald's.
I'm going to find a goddamn McDonald's so you can be corrected, sir.
You're gonna eat a McDonald's. It's gonna taste exactly like McDonald's. You're like,
Tal's gonna make X's ghost talk so he can tell Tal how to make McDonald's.
It's just
okay. So yeah. So sorry for the rocky start, but we're good. Everything's up and running. Somehow managed to get it all working as good as it ever does. I had to take episode 12 offline to fix the issue of it recording all night long and it being a 12-hour stream or whatever the hell it was. So I will edit that down and then re-upload it where it ends properly. And hopefully, now that I have everything reinstalled and reformatted, when we raid out and I close stream, it actually closes stream.
what?
I know, it's a really weird request, but, you know, sometimes a boy's got a dream. So on that note, Vampriest, thanks for hanging out and doing some of the interactions. I need to do I need to create a little infographic that goes where the map is when we're not using the map, that shows what the interactions are so everybody knows. But thanks for being the first one to do the new random adventure. And Gio, thanks for taking the plunge and actually using it as a lore vehicle. 30 months. Aw. God, it's so crazy to think it's been 30 months.
But also so crazy to be like, only 30 months? I feel like I've been harassing you guys for more than 2 years.
My 2 years have flown past. I feel like I've only been here in Michigan like 2 months.
Ooh, I like this layout. Let's go here. Are they in English? They're
Of course
fucking
the
in
layout
English.
is why
No
we're rating.
way.
It's gonna be another one of those moments where like, oh wait, that's us.
Yep.
Now this
They
is
have
an
a
equally
happy
good layout,
birthday,
though. This is the Stygian Pilot. Is what we're gonna raid out to. They're doing Dungeons and Dragons. They are doing the Scroll Thief. It is mature audience, so if you're immature, you can't come. Sorry.
Oh, it's that
man.
kind
Damn
of
it,
scroll.
Gio's out.
Thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll be back next week with a new starting screen and an infographic to go where the map is when there's no map, so you can see what all the interactions are. And we'll figure out what's going on in this kooky little suburban town. That's all I got.
Whoop.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, raid now. And then I click stop streaming.